those holdings.
I didn't see anybody to give me anything.
I didn't see anybody to give me anything. Not at all. Wahala day. It's almost 9 o'clock and we don't have anything yet.
But you don't get your own name. Thank you.
Yeah, she's starting. There is an unchanged lineup for Bayelsa.
That might go. That one that managed are like far off. You see that she will play with that champion.
She will.
That's not.
Did you not see it this morning? Yeah, just go to the restaurant. In Bayelsa, the 8th supposed to be the train crossed to where I stayed in my sister's, my cousin's place. And their hotel was also close by. And when they ate, it's like street food. So they, yeah, educated. That's what we ate.
The same place one of the guys there went to eat just to cool down. Now there is down there. Yes. Yesterday. And it's not really
Because someone like Fatima,
I cannot eat street food.
I have to.
depend on the day.
That one is not street. That one is a restaurant. It's not. Yeah. They're supposed to come to dietitian, all those things. You can never see almost like town on their they will get them.
I mean, imagine, we're 2 minutes. Maybe I need to start by the next
No, you just see what they said. The match official said they cannot play on this stuff. Yes. So the man is not backing, but because one of the very like Bangkok, the NFL, that yesterday they're trying to clean here. They say it was a cleaner to
But they should have cleaned yesterday. They don't have a vacuum cleaner. They should have a vacuum.
I heard
They should use it. Use it to clean up immediately. That one no they take. You don't throw everything, drop it inside. Bayelsa
players
just
to
posted it.
announce.
They didn't put time, but they said due to death on the pitch. Say match is today, so we'll wait to see. Okay, go and eat, go and eat. You said no, okay. Go and eat.
If one will not spoil.
Bye, you. Go and eat. I'll be here. Amy, please, when you're coming, please bring water for me. Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you.
What smells like this though? Well, welcome once again and a very good morning to you to the Remo Stars Stadium in Ikene, Ogun State, the heart of Nigerian women's football this week, where the stakes couldn't be higher for this heavyweight clash in Matchday 2 of the NWF Premiership Super 6. I am Dr. Skoki and you're watching what promises to be a blockbuster between two former champions, Nasarawa Amazons and Bayelsa Queens, for fresh up opening day victories over Niger Rattles and Rivers Angels, as they go head-to-head in the first match of Matchday 2. Bayelsa, the only unbeaten side in the league this season, on an incredible 15-match unbeaten run. But Nasarawa are no strangers to upsetting giants. This promises to be a heavyweight showdown. Once again, we apologize for the delay, but we are here with the lineup. Of course, it is Nasarawa Amazons who will be starting. Bakaria Ayomide as goalkeeper, Alani Jumoke, Oha Egbolam Oluchi, Ibokwe Joy, Isa Sikiratu, Esther Adesoji, Amina Bello, Amasuji Ayowumi, as well as Matthias Josephine, the captain. And there is, of course, Juliet Akakeromowe, who is the highest goal scorer for the team. And, of course, it is going to be Kasiana Ojievui, who is going to start. Our match officials, we do have Yusuf Bemisola, who is going to lead Ogben Kinda. Is there. The lead, of course, the referee is Kalu Dominion, who is going to be our center referee for the day. We did start later today due to some issues beyond our control, and here we are as things will be kicking off here. The two sides are coming out looking fresh and sweet, but we go now to the lineup for Bayelsa Queens. Omoni Omole will be the goalkeeper for Bayelsa Queens. It's going to be Ogunaya Ambles, Abiola Blessing, Aderemi Mary, Alexandra Florence, Jennifer Oliver, Moshud Shakirata, Omoko Messi, Olabisi Alaba, the goal scorer on her birthday against Rivers Angels, Olopade Zainab, alongside Oscar Precious, to be the 11 players that will execute this match today. And head coach, of course, is White Ogunda, who is looking to win his title this time out with Bayelsa Queens, as he failed to do that last season. Well, joining me also on the commentary box is Joy. Joy, welcome to the commentary today.
Hi, Doctors. Good morning. Good morning to our listeners and, of course, our viewers at home, where you're watching us from, maybe from your mobile phone, from your TV. We're glad to have you here. It's a beautiful, beautiful sunny morning right here at the Remo Star Stadium, right here in Ikene. Of course, you can see it's all shiny. Yes, that's because here we hosted the trophy presentation for Remo Stars, the male team, yesterday in the MPFL. But here we're here, and of course looking to who we crowned here in the next couple of days, later this weekend, who will be crowned as the female champions of Nigeria. This ground will host the coronation of both the male and the female champions. History is being made right here in the southwest city of Ikene, and of course I'm glad to bring you the proceedings for match day 2, the very first game between the Nasarawa Amazons team and of course the Bayelsa, the unbeaten invisible side we've had so far in the NWFL. Great to be doing this with you, Dorcas. Can't wait to start with you.
Well, it is kick-off out here in Ikene. It is, of course, Nasarawa Amazons who will kick things off. Omokwo now is with the ball for Bayelsa Queens. She will take a strike earlier on in the game, but it goes straight on to Shikirata Bakari, the goalkeeper for Nasarawa Amazons. Well, quickly on, let's look at how these two sides are. Nasarawa Amazons, of course, in their vibrant lemon green shirts and yellow sleeves. And, they do have green shorts and green socks. They bring the energy with coach Christopher Danjuma, of course, setting up a dynamic formation full of whiz and attacking verve, making just a change from match day 1 as Ayowumi Omoshui will replace Shola Shobowale. For Bayelsa Queens, it is their classic white and red shirt, same as the shorts and white socks. They are sticking with a trusted starting 11 as match day 1 on the coach White Ogunda. He expects, of course, a structured midfield and relentless pressing up front. Well, Joy, it's been a quick start for the two teams. We do know how attacking-minded they are, and we've seen just how that will go. But right about now, it is Nasarawa Amazons who have the ball in the 18-yard box. Oh, Bayelsa, a header straight onto the goalkeeper. A strike, which of course would fail to capitalize on, but that was a brilliant chance for Nasarawa Amazons to see themselves in the front foot. And it is, of course, the player who will be making our starts today, almost to you, for Nasarawa Amazons. That was a disappointing left-footed strike from her.
Yeah, disappointing. I can see disappointment on her face. But yeah, you have to give kudos to the way that this game have started. I mean, it was starting on the very, very fairy start, seeing that both teams are teams that like to keep possession of the ball. So we are expected to see so much entertainment, and we're still seeing that here, seeing that the captain of the side who got a goal for herself on match day one, talking about Matthias Josephine, was of course very instrumental to spearheading that attack we saw earlier on. And of course you could see players in the box. One thing I like about Nasarawa Amazons is that you always expect to see players in the box who are ready to capitalize on any attack. We could see Janet waiting to capitalize. Maybe she'll get her 11th goal of the season. Remember that she is the only one among those who are chasing for the highest goal scorer who got a goal on match day one. Talking about people like Janet got a goal, but others like Mary Moses could not get a goal. Bolaji Olamide could not get a goal, and even Bashir Kafayat of Remo Stars also could not get a goal. So yes, you could see her. She is the one that was called for that foul. So yes, you can talk about the Christopher Danjuma girls looking to capitalize on anything that would come their way. And you won't forget that Coach Obonda is also leading a side who are very, very dangerous on the attack also, and also love to
well, Bayelsa now have the ball now. A strike that is just a ball that would not be properly delivered to the goalkeeper, who is rock solid for her team. That is Oscar Precious with a disappointing strike.
Yeah, if you ask me, I think that this is not the Rivers Angel side that Bayelsa Queen met the other day, who could not capitalize on their chances. I think that if they are going to play this way, where they keep possession, they hold the ball, they go forward, they press, but are not able to make very good decisions in the final third, they'll be punished, because they are not supposed to expect such a thing from the Nasarawa Amazon side, who will take as many chances as they can get. We've still seen those kind of play from Bayelsa Queens in the final third, like we saw them on match day one.
Well, Precious Oscar has been brought down, and the referee would indicate a free kick for Bayelsa Queens. Precious Oscar, who was quite influential in the game against Rivers Angels, will continue, like we said in our opening. Coach White Obonda would rather stick with his first 11 that executed a very perfect game against Rivers. No changes so far for his side. But we do know that Bayelsa, or rather Nasarawa Amazons, could be giant slayers. They did that against the Edo Queens in the regular season, inflicting them their first loss and their only loss in the regular season. And here they are trying to see what they can do. It is captain Blessing Abiola who stands, but then she will make way, of course, for her teammate Shikurat Moshud, who is about to take a left-footed free kick from the far right-hand side. She will take that in a strike into the area, finds no white shirts, and that will go out for a goal kick for Nasarawa Amazons. And talking about the same solid babes, they are winless in their last 3 meetings with Bayelsa Queens when it comes to the championship playoffs. That hat-trick of defeat, of course, also includes the final of the 2018-2019 playoffs. But interestingly, Joy, this was also a matchday 2 fixture at the playoffs last season, and Bayelsa won that one by a long goal, courtesy of Itimi Messi's 90th minute strike that won them that one.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at head-to-head, I want to remember that we had a particular head-to-head on match day one with the Retails versus the same Nasarawa Amazon babes, and it's continued in that stride. Really interesting to see whether we're going to see something similar to that. But yes, whenever you talk about the game of football, you always like to go look at the history of those two teams playing. But I think that for the history had between these two teams, I think today we're expecting to see something different, especially because the two teams are no pushovers when it concerns what we've seen so far in the regular season. But this is the first time that they're meeting this season. Remember that they played in different groups in their bridge season, with Bayelsa Queens in Group B, and of course Nasarawa Amazons finishing 3rd in Group A to qualify for the Super 6. So it's going to be a fresh or a new taste to tactics for the both of them. time. This is the first time they are meeting this season. Unlike match day one, where almost everybody had played everybody. Right now we are seeing a cross. So maybe we expect something really, really different. I want to see something different. I don't want to see something that we should be able to predict. I expect firecrackers today, and of course, it's starting on a very, very good note for me in the first 6 minutes of the game.
Just like you said, in the first 6 minutes, we've seen engaging encounters. We've seen the solid base of Nasarawa of Lafia, you would say, taking the game on, mounting the pressure against the Cranes from Bayelsa themselves. A throw-in now for Nasarawa Amazons, and it will be taken by Jumoke Alani. She throws that one in. Still Nasarawa.
Yeah, with an assist on the first day, I think that she'll also be one of those players that the Prosperity Babes should be very wary of. Talking about Alani Josephine, Jumoke, I beg your pardon, with her duties on set pieces and all of that. She is one that is very, very dangerous, and of course a very intelligent player, because you have to have a very quick eye to be able to spot your teammates in dangerous positions. So yes, the Prosperity Babes should be very, very wary of Alani Jumoke.
Well, Nasarawa Amazons, Amina Bello was brought down by Moshud Shukurat. Referee Carlo Dominion has spotted that infringement, and it to be a free kick in favor of the Solid Babes. Once again, our match officials for today would center referee Carlo Dominion. Our assistants would be Njoko Olive, Oben King Kinda, and Yusuf Bemisola, who's going to be the fourth official. But yes, it's a brilliant ball into the area. It was goalkeeper Omoni Mole who actually stopped that one out, and Precious Oscar will drive attack, but then to be stalled as there was an infringement earlier on, and the referee would also give that as a free kick. It was Zainab Olapode who was brought down. Captain Blessing Abiola will restart things with a free kick straight into the 18-yard box of the Amazon side. Shukrat Mushud was going to try to take a snapshot at it, but the referee said that is, and she was in an offside position. Her teammates, of course, were in an offside position. Shukrat Bakari, goalkeeper for Amazons, will take that free kick now, driving it into the half of Bayelsa. Ball in the air. Bayelsa reclaim the ball. Start attack. No one seemed to be around. We talked about Omokwo on match day one and how she struggled with that knee injury that she seemed to be nursing, and here she is again in the starting 11 for White Wunda.
Yeah, well, I mentioned it to you before we came live on air. I mentioned how I'm just kind of surprised that there are no changes to this Prosperity Girls, especially Omoko Messi, who struggled the entirety of her time on the pitch. And of course, she was even taken out late, I think after the 80th minute in that first game against the Jewel of Rivers. And I was not expecting to see her start, maybe on the bench, but you can maybe understand how important she is to Coach Bunda's tactical setup. Maybe this is why we are getting to see her start with this brace on her legs. Is that exactly how it was on match day one from the very beginning? So let's see what she has to offer, and maybe she'll be able to repair that that trust in her by Coach Bunda.
Shukra Mushud with a left-footed strike. We've seen her do that a couple of times with the national team, and she thought she could recreate that this time. But Shukura Bakari would snatch that one, send that team out for an attacking threat. Christopher Danjuma's girls have been really promising in the attack with what they've done so far. Adirami is finding it really hard to contain the pressure from Akekeromowe, Janet, as well as our teammates up front. But they will manage. We do know that the Prosperity Girls are solid in the back line. That seemed to be something that the likes of Rivers and every other person seem to be struggling against. Florence Alexander hit that one out for a throw-in, which was taken, and Nasarawa would try to attack again. Bayelsa will clear their lines. Still Bayelsa. Zainab sends the ball out to Bless Nabiola. Nabiola would push the ball forward. Precious Oscar loses it out to Nasarawa Amazons, and again reclaimed by Bayelsa. The referee says Abila was brought down, and that will be a free kick for Bayelsa Queens.
Free kick for Bayelsa Queens. Like I said, this is a contrast to what both teams faced in their first game, where they had to see the other team sit back while they did the pressing. But this time around, we've had a very balanced game, if you ask me, with both sides. Whenever they get the ball, they are ready to go all out for it. So yes, we're expecting to see who eventually gets to draw first blood, because I mean, both of them are going to go bar for bar, aura for aura when it concerns attack. You're not expecting the other person to sit down, soaking the pressure like you did in your first game.
Well, no time for that. And Blessed Bunaya would take the throw in. Nasarawa will clear their lines, but the ball still in their own half. Nasarawa with the quality, with the control of the game so far, but then was dispossessed by, of course, Precious Oscar, who has been really solid on the right flank for Bayelsa Queens. Nasarawa Amazons are standing on business to ensure that Bayelsa will not control the game. Precious Oscar, we do know what she can do on the right side of the attack for the team. She's really good. She might not have the pace, but she seemed to be getting the job done from the right flank. Bayelsa will deliver a cross in. Omokwa couldn't handle that. Ball now still with Nasarawa Amazons. Amazons still with it. So many infringements in the early minutes of the game, Joy.
And that's why I mentioned that this is what we expect from these two sides, seeing that I mentioned the match they won, that the Nasarawa Amazon side are a side who like to play with the ball and probably played some of the finest football we saw in the first, that's in the regular season. Talking about a very, very detailed tiki-taka kind of play. And you also want to remember that the Prosperity Babes are a team that like to press and of course want to hold the ball. So yes, it's going to be a battle of wits and a battle of grit, because both want to play with the ball. So yes, it's going to cause a lot of infringements and all of that we're going to see in this game. So yes, it's what we expect to see, but like I said, it depends on who to capitalize on each of those small slips from the other side, because the ball is going to be at the feet of either one at any point in time.
We talked about history in this very fixture. It doesn't favor Nasarawa Amazons at all. Bayelsa have got the upper hand. Or could that history be changed here? Could they inflict Bayelsa their first defeat of the season? They're currently on a 15-game unbeaten run. Straight on from the regular season. They did win their first Super 6 game against South rivals in Rivers Angels, a team they already beat this season as well in the regular season. But also we know what White Wonders team can do. Christopher Danjumo's team were late speakers in the second stanza of the league, but here they are taking the game on to Bayelsa Queens. It is currently going to be a throw-in now for Nasarawa Amazons. Janet hasn't seen much of the ball, but we've seen deliveries from the flanks. But you would say that Monle Omoni has been able to avert those threats every single time the crosses have come into the 18-yard area.
Yeah, definitely. After a very solid game she had on Matchday 1 against Rivers Angels, you expect her to also be one of those players who the coach will be counting on to determine the fate of this game. Talking about Coach White, saying that she is someone who is very, very potent in stopping goals. I mean, that's why she's there. But, I mean, the crosses have not been getting to Janet as much as one time. You can see her right now coming out to actually draw some fouls and play the ball this time.
It is Janet's cross into the box. Finds the header by Bayelsa Queens. A strike this time, but it's just way ahead of the goalpost. Didn't trouble the goalkeeper Omunimoli at all.
Looks like the captain of the side who took that particular one. Talking about Matthias Josephine. Yeah, she's the one who took it. And not like I said, for Janet did what she did in the first half of that game against Nigeria Tales. when the balls are not coming to her, she drops deep to play with the rest of the team and, of course, try to drag the ball down into the final third of the opposing side. And that's what she's been forced to do because, I mean, this is a team that is definitely going to be a tougher nut to crack as compared to your your rivals, your regional rivals in Nigeria. And I mean, we're expecting to see her maybe drop more in this game, as she have said doing in the first half. But I think maybe a goal, like we saw in the previous game, maybe a goal can just change it and get to.
Well, that is a poor ball from Alexander Florence. She was trying to send that cross in to her goalkeeper Monle Omoni, but then Janet will be quicker and will collide with the Bayelsa Queens goalkeeper, who is currently struggling with a certain pain. But what a lack of communication that was. It would have cost her team to go behind to Nasarawa Amazons only if Janet would have gotten to that ball earlier.
I mean, Janet, I don't think Janet was expecting that particular mishap, but I mean, quick reaction from her, good reaction from her, is a striker's instinct. And if Omoni was also not really quick to that, to come save that particular one, or to come avert whatever was going to happen, putting her body on the line, which is why she is on the field right now, receiving medical attention. Maybe we would have been seeing the Solid Babes draw first blood in this game. And this is one of the things that Coach Obunda's side should not be doing in a game of this particular magnitude. Seeing that is not so far in the WFL Super 6, we've not seen any kind of game where we have a very high scoring game. I think the highest scoring game we've seen was the first game between Rattles and Amazons with 3 goals. The rest of the games have been decided by lone goals, and if that goal goes in, that might eventually be what will determine the game. So yes, you have to be very careful not to make such very avoidable mistakes, because she was not under any pressure from any Nasarawa Amazons player, so I don't see why she would make such a mistake. But it's happened, and for their sake, thankfully it's been averted.
Well, Florence Alexander has been one of the go-to defenders for White Obunda's Prosperity Girls, but today they seem a little bit shaky, and that might have just cost her team to trail Nasarawa Amazons. But then play will resume. Monley is up. Bayelsa now has the ball. A strike into the area, finding, of course, that wasn't exactly going to find Omokwo Messi. It was a strike, but it came off Omokwo, who wasn't exactly ready for that ball, and goalkeeper would reclaim the ball and restart things again. Nasarawa Amazons now would attack again. A little bit of nerves here and there. We haven't seen Bayelsa play like this before, defensively or in the midfield. Is it due to the fact that because they didn't meet this team in the regular season, they don't know what they can do or how they can hurt them?
Exactly. That's why I said this is the first time that these two teams will be playing, and I think Nasarawa Amazons so far have been have been the side who maybe understand what it means to play a team with such intensity. But it's still early stages in this game, and the Prosperity Girls are struggling to kind of understand how this team play, talking about the Solid Babes, and it's going to be a long afternoon for them if they are going to continue to play like this, because I mean they have to understand that this is not a team that plays without the ball. This is a team that plays with the ball, and once you're meeting a team that also likes to play with the ball, one team has to be superior to the other. And I think so far so good. Coach Danjuma's side are getting more and more of the ball, and maybe when they start to convert it into the final third, maybe that is where the Coach Obunda's side will wake up to this particular threat from the Solid Babes.
Well, threats no avert to the air to free kick for Nasarawa Amazons. Just outside the penalty area, Mokwa focused. Ball delivered into the area. It is Nasarawa Amazons business. Omonle would just stop that one. Another brilliant chance gone begging for the Solid Babes, who can't seem to capitalize on their chances, just like what we saw when Bayelsa took on Rivers. But it is still Bayelsa now But what a chance that was from a set piece. We've seen lots of set pieces from Matchday 1, and we've continued here. Another chance this time gone begging for Nasarawa Amazons.
A chance gone begging, but I think it's the response from that particular player that is quite not sitting well with me. I think she should have done better right there with the... Yes, would have done better right there with the ball right there. But you won't take anything away from Mole, who is someone who has a very quick sense to threats like that, and saving that ball with her legs again. I mean, her legs was what stood right there as the...
Well, it is still a very free kick now once again for Nasarawa Amazons. Goalkeeper Shukurat Bakari would resume things once again for the Amazon side. Play is... the ball is just around there and about to be taken by Shukurat Bakari. She takes that one straight into Bayelsa's half. Florence Alexander with Claire. And it goes out once again for a throw-in. Talking about Bayelsa being unbeaten during the regular season. Bayelsa also now unbeaten in 6 games at the championship playoffs, with their last loss being, of course, to Delta Queens 2 seasons ago. That was when Delta, of course, won the title that season, going unbeaten as well. Well, prior to that loss, they had been unbeaten in 9, winning 8 consecutive playoff games. A league title and a Nwfl championship as well. Also going on to the Champions League and winning the bronze medal. But here they go again. On the right-hand side, probably delivered into the area, deep crossing. Well, it's going to be the coming effect of Shukurat Bakari, who would ensure that that doesn't go into the back of the net. But what a way to get things off for Bayelsa Queens.
What a way to get things off, and of course I remember that they're a team who can shoot from outside the box, and I mean, it's going to be something that the Niger or the Nasarawa Amazons goalkeeper and defenders would be wary of, because they're not a team that waits for the ball to get into the 18-yard box. They can shoot from well outside the box, and with players who can get really good shots like Alaba, who got the goal in the game against Rivers Angels, and of course with a player like Shukurat Moshood on the pitch, you expect more and more of that if you give them the chance to take those shots.
Well, once again, communication not exactly working as Omoni Mole would expect. She was screaming at a defender, but she had to clear that one. No chances to be taken here. Bayelsa Queens struggling really defensively. They look shaky. I'm wondering what's going through the mind of White Tabunda right about now, because Janet seems to be a big trouble. She's big, she's bulky, she has the energy to fight off defenders of Blessing and Bless Ogbonaya, as well as Florence Alexander.
I mean, like I said, anything that we're seeing today is we're seeing it for the very first time this season. It's not like any of these players have met each other at all before this particular game today. So for a team like Bayelsa Queens, who are a team who were really solid when it concerns defense during the regular season, you understand that they need to get their footing in this game, because I mean, for other teams, that a team like Rivers Angels could understand that they understood where the threat would be coming from, and that's why they were really solid against them. But this time around, it is going to take them a while to understand how to play this Nasarawa Amazon side. And kudos to Nasarawa Amazon. So don't take anything away from them. They are playing to their strength, and they know that their strength is Janet, and they are playing to Janet's strength so far in this game.
Absolutely. Florence Alexander now standing just to take the free kick for her team Bayelsa Queens. Delivering to the box, headed away by Nasarawa Amazons. Still lingering around, it will be cleared, but this time for a throw-in in favor of the Prosperity Girls, who now seem to be asking the right question. But will they be able to take their chances after it being created? We haven't exactly had much from the Bayelsa Queen side But we've seen plenty from Nasarawa Amazons. Once again, another disappointing throw-in from Bayelsa as play would be restarted by Shukurat Bakari, who has been the go-to when it comes to those long balls, the true passes, the true crosses, to try to find her teammates in the box. It is the confidence that they play with against Bayelsa that makes this game what it is, because the weather isn't as it was on Matchday 1. This is the perfect weather that the players would want to play in and enjoy their football.
Yeah, surprisingly, as opposed to what we saw on Matchday 1, this is a weather that is quite
conducive,
conducive for the team playing right now. Maybe later we might see something different. But so far, so good. It's a very good weather right here in Ikene, and I mean, really good for the girls playing right now. And I mean, because I'm expecting some of our best football from these two girls today. So I mean, I'm hoping that the weather will stay this way, so we can enjoy the best of football, and the girls can enjoy themselves too. Because I mean, no one wants to be under that sun. And I mean, we've played almost 30 minutes, and we're yet to see any call for a water break. Shows that I mean, the weather is conducive for everyone playing right now, and including the referee that is officiating the game, referee Carlo Dominion.
Carlo Dominion, like we said before, is our center referee. Nasarawa Amazons now with a deep cross in. That was a cross, and the referee is saying that is not a corner kick. It is going to be a goal kick. Bayelsa will restart. Oluchi Ohayegbulam was indicating to the referee that that should be a corner, but the referee says no, it has to be a throw-in. She thought she saw that really well. Jennifer Oliver, West her goalkeeper right about now, Omoni Monle. There's quality everywhere, familiar faces in this very game, and we've seen that quality shine bright in this game. Unfortunately, not for Bayelsa so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, so far not for Bayelsa. Maybe a glimpse of it from that shot on target they got from their highest goal scorer with 6 goals right now. I'm talking about Alaba Olabi. But seeing on our screens, the player currently shown, Alexander, I saw her really solid in regular season, and of course, including that game against Rivers Angels on Matchday 1. But I mean, it is due to what has happened in the regular season, them not playing against each other. But as much as you want to make a case for Bayelsa Queens, you want to ask yourself that, I mean, the other side also didn't play them, and they're playing pretty well in the first 30 minutes of this game, or within the first 30 minutes of the game, talking about Nasarawa Amazons. So while we're making a case for Bayelsa Queens, you also talk about Nasarawa Amazons, who have been solid today. And of course, not looking at the fact that historically, they are a side who always lose to the side. They are playing like a side with intent, and a side that wants to beat and of course break that particular streak of Bayelsa Queens not losing at all in the season so far. And of course, even from the last time they lost against Delta Queens in a playoff game.
Well, some are saying that Amazons are going to be party poopers for whoever is going to be crowned champions, but I don't think they look like that. Like Joy said, they have an intent. They have played like a team with an intent, determination. They've controlled this game as well. They are 2-time champions, and that's to tell you that they can also still win this. We do not have clear favorites so far from Matchday 1. And even if that's the case, they are playing against a team that also won their first game, albeit against one of the most difficult oppositions in the regular season and one of the most decorated sides in Nigerian Women's League, or football you want to say. That is Rivers Angels. But these sides, they are also their sides with history in this very competition. And here Omokwo goes, trying to get the ball off our opponents, to be sent out for a throw-in in favor of Bayelsa. Omokwo seems to be nursing something, and we haven't seen what she can do. We know she's got the pace. We know she can play from the flanks. But nothing so far. Les Nabila will deliver the cross in, or the ball in Still Bayelsa now. This time it's going to go out for another throw-in. This time for Nasarawa Amazons.
Yeah, you can see that as opposed to what they did against Rivers Angels, they have only been able to operate from that particular flank, at the right-hand flank right there, and which actually correlated what we said in the start of this commentary when we asked why Messi Omokwo is starting this game, saying that she doesn't look fit from the first game, or she didn't look fit in the first game, and she is starting again this time around. And I think that it's making that particular place a dead rubber, because we're yet to see balls from Moshid Shukurat, which comes from Messi's wing, and I mean that is one of those threats in which Bayelsa Queens should be pushing forward with and operating with and be asking questions with. I mean, when Shukurat is not making those shots, I mean, in the first game, she's with the ball right now.
It is Moshid Shukurat with the ball. She delivers it to, of course, Oliver, who would now send the ball back. She had options in front, but she opted to go back. But not a good one.
I mean, like I said, in the first game, we saw Shukurat take those very, very audacious shots from outside the box. But once her wing is not getting at those balls, you can see her drop back into midfield right there. And I don't think this is a game that will be won in midfield. It's a game that will be won from the flanks. And I mean, this is one of the things that Nasarawa Amazons is currently having a higher hand or a bigger hand over Bayelsa Queens. And I mean, I am thinking, or I'm hoping that Coach Ogunda is seeing what we're seeing right here when it concerns the fact that they are playing at a disadvantage despite being complete on the pitch right now.
Half an hour into the game. Still goalless between Nasarawa Amazons and Bayelsa Queens. A free kick finds Nasarawa Amazons. It is, of course, a header which Omoni Omole would clear.
Another save from her there. Very, very aware. Talking about Omoni Omole, and of course a really good reflex and reaction from her right there. But I think that was goal bound, yes, by the person who scored the winner for them in that game. And I'm talking about the captain of the side. That was similar to the goal. Okay, that was not the captain. Yeah. That was just number 18. Yes.
Kesiana Ojie.
Yeah, looks similar to their winning goal scored by the captain of the side on Matchday 1. But right now they have another set piece, and I mean, this is what Bayelsa Queens have been lacking at the other side of the pitch.
Well, corner. Nasarawa Amazons looking really dangerous on the attack. Delivered in to the box. Finds the head of a blue-green shirt. Jeanette would not let the ball go out for a goal kick, rather opted for it to be a throw-in for Bayelsa Queens. But wow, what a way they have started this game. They've shown intent. They've shown that they are here not to play, not to be, like you say, matter.
Leave matter for Matthias.
Well, these two sides are not taking anything. Well, maybe Nasarawa Amazons are taking the game head on. Taking the game to Bayelsa, who can seem to hold on their own. Omokwo still with the ball, trying to get past two players from Nasarawa Amazons. That will be a good kick. She loses out to the Nasarawa side. I don't know what White Wonder is going to do with Omokwo, because I feel she's not at her very best. It's better to bring in somebody else that might be able to help the team on the attack on the front foot, because right about now they're pegged back.
That's what I'm saying, that it looks like they are playing at a disadvantage despite being numerically complete on the pitch. And I mean, I wonder what he saw to have trusted her to start this game despite her fitness level. That's not taking anything away from her as a player, but I mean, you have to consider the fact that when a player is not 100% fit, the player cannot give you 100% on the pitch.
100% not from Bayelsa, but this time from Nasarawa Amazons. That will really make Christopher Danjuma really proud of what his team has put out here today. They didn't start this bristling, you would say, against Nigeriatos. But here they are against Bayelsa, one of the favorites for this tournament. and they have taken the game to them. But can they continue this pace in the second half? That will be the other question to be asked. But fabulous first 35 minutes from his side. Oh, Bayelsa seems to hold on to the ball for longer. They lose possession. The turnovers is becoming quite worrying.
I mean, it's something we saw in, like I said, when they were playing Rivers Angels in the first game. I think they just met a team who could not capitalize on their own chances, and the turnovers were similar to what we saw against Rivers Angels. And if this is how they want to continue, I think it's something that would come back to haunt them at the end of the day, because their teams, a team similar to the team they're playing right now, who are a team that plays with the ball. So once you're not, once you're under any pressure and you cannot keep down the pace of the game, or you cannot control the pace of the game, I mean, you're going to always have to be forced to make all those turnovers. And this team will capitalize on it in throw-ins, in set pieces, in corner kicks, I mean, in free kicks, because of the way you get to fumble when you're under pressure.
Jumoke with a throw into the area. Jeanette Akeromowe. Left-footed strike wasn't exactly precise. She gets better and better by the day.
Yeah, get better and better by the day. That particular one, you could see that was not her best effort at taking a shot at the ball, but you also understand that she fell under a little bit of pressure, which is very good from the Bayelsa Queens team. I mean, when they're not scoring, they remind us that they're one of the best sides defensively in the league. So yes, I mean, it's a battle of tactics in this game, and I mean, enjoying what we've seen so far from the two sides.
Two sides who are giving it all their all. Delta Queens, rather Bayelsa Queens, still with the ball now, but being attacked by Nasarawa Amazons. When one Bayelsa player has the ball, we have 2-3 lemon green shirts around them, trying to put pressure and force them to make mistakes. It's been a foul, and the referee would say that is a free kick for Bayelsa. Well, not anywhere close to Nasarawa Amazons area, but then it is in their half, and I think Bayelsa will take that. We haven't seen plenty, or maybe in Bayelsa's half. Flores Alexander will kick the ball in, finds a teammate, Precious Oscar. Oscar still with the ball. Still Precious Oscar. This time to Bunaya Amblest, who will bring down Nasarawa Amazons player, and the referee says it's a free kick for the Amazon side. I really do not think White Ogunda would be impressed with how his girls have executed his first half mission.
I mean, you want to consider the fact that for a team that has gone the entire season unbeaten, scored really good amount of goals, you would not be happy as a coach to see your team playing this way. But I'm not going to, like I said earlier on, I'm not going to kind of not also giving part of the blame for what they've played so well. But like I said, they look like a dead rubber team from the flank in which Omoko is playing, and right now they're forcing a lot of saves from Molly Omole. Yes, she is very good at making saves, but how much can she continue to withstand this pressure? When would this ball not go in if she's constantly put under pressure from the Nasarawa Amazons team?
Captain Josephine Matthias with a floating ball, but this time it is Omunimole, goalkeeper for Bayelsa Queens, that would stop that one. It wasn't anything to trouble her at all. It was easy peasy, as she would pluck the ball straight into her embrace. Bayelsa now, it is still in play, but referee says no, that is going to be a throw-in for Bayelsa Queens, who haven't found their rhythm in this game just yet. There's been a lot of criticism for Christopher Danjuma, talking about how his team has failed to go into championship playoffs like this and deliver. But this season, they look with an intent. This time, it is a drive into the area for Nasarawa Amazons. Courtesy, of course, of Bello. Bello passed the ball into a teammate. Jumoke Alani now sends the ball back. The ball still with Nasarawa Amazons, who are putting in different crosses. Matthias will try to find her teammate from the left side, but poor communication there would ensure that will be a goal kick for Bayelsa Queens.
I mean, you can see her trying to make beg for to be let off that particular one, because that looks like a very good build up of the ball, and it is something that I mentioned at the start of the game. We expect them to play the ball this way. They are one of the sides who like to play with the ball, who play the ball on the ground, who play a very possessive and of course beautiful build-up style. Talking about the side coached by Christopher Danjuma, and with that beautiful build-up, so unfortunately it amounted to nothing, especially me hoping to see it being a goal chance. If not scored, I mean, a shot on target at least should be able to be the final result for that particular build-up from the left-hand side of Nasarawa Amazons attack.
Amazons are not relenting. It is still another wave of attack for them. But a right-footed strike from the right-hand side will come off the body of Florence Alexander, and straight out it goes for a corner kick for the Solid Babes, who was solid today. Beat defensively and in the attacking threat. What a way they have started today.
What a way, beautiful defensive shift by Alexander so far, and very commendable from Nasarawa Amazons, who continue to press, and it looks like we've now had it swing the pendulum in terms of play.
Nasarawa will deliver into the box, but then Bayelsa will take care of that. Still Bayelsa now with the ball. Precious Oscar trying to get the ball on, but properly dispossessed by it. Nasarawa Amazons ensuring that they do not get past the halfway line. Precious Oscar, the pace was there, but couldn't get to the ball first. And it's going to be a throw-in for the Queens from Bayelsa, who I don't think will be impressed with how they have executed the first half. Captain Blessing Abiola would take that throw-in, sizing our position, sends the ball out to our teammate. Back to Blessing Abiola, who takes the cross into the box. Quickly, it's going to be Shukurat Bakari, who comes out to collect so as not to trouble her defenders. But nothing good so far from Bayelsa.
Nothing good from Bayelsa offensively, we have to add. And seeing that, the defensive backline of the Amazons have done less on the ball, and of course been less pressure. And of course Shukurat is having a few days so far on her own part of the pitch as compared to her counterpart in talking about Molly Omole here, who has had to make several saves, and of course have had to come out to down certain pressure that is brought on by the Solid Babes. And I mean, if we're going to go by the run of play, honestly I am seeing them conceding first in this game, talking about the Prosperity Babes.
But Bayelsa now, Mokwa messes with the ball. Mokwa still there. She was brought down in the 18-yard area, but referee says nothing to that. What a good interception that was from the defender for Nasarawa Amazons, which of course stopped Messi Mokwa from getting onto that ball early enough.
Really timely there, and very risky, but I mean, she's fortunate to have gotten the ball first. Talking about the defender for Nasarawa Amazons, because that would have been a penalty, and I mean, I would have forced Bakari to be, like I said, Bakari have had a very calm day in the first half of this game, but that might have forced her to be forced to make a penalty save in that particular one.
Bayelsa seems to be in their rhythm now with Oscar Precious trying to send the ball in, but no white shirts in there. That is Bayelsa now, who says they wouldn't be going into the tunnel, disappointed as they did start the game. But here is Nasarawa Amazons across into the box, headed off by Blessing Abiola. Bayelsa, we can restart. But yes, 2 minutes added by the fourth official. 45 minutes already and 2 minutes to go for these two sides to try. It is Moshud. Shukura, we haven't seen plenty of her, but Precious Oscar still with it. She will now send the ball through to, of course, Olabi still with it. Alaba drives it in, but it goes out before it drops just on top of the net. But they wouldn't trouble Sugarat Bakari at all.
When Trouble Sugarat, who has had a better start to her day as compared to the first game in which they played Nigeria. In the 13th minute, she had already conceded her first goal of the tournament. But so far today, it's been a really, really calm day for her. And of course, kudos to the back line, the defense line, who have intercepted every forward or offensive threat from the Prosperity Girls, and have made sure that their goalkeepers had little to do in this particular first half. First half, she'll be going into the tournament most likely with a clean sheet and coming back to continue to help our team and ensure that they don't concede. I mean, if they don't score, they will try as much as they can not to concede. And of course, if they don't concede, that means that they are not going to suffer 4 straight defeats by Bayelsa Queens in their 4 meetings.
Well, it looks like we are going to be heading into the break with another goalless draw. The first was Edo against Remo. Here these two sides are. Precious Oscar is back on her feet, so send the ball in. It is Abiola who will try to send the ball to Alexander Florence, who was struggling to keep that one. But fortunately, Janet wasn't around as early as she should have. Nasarawa now. Well, that will be all for the first 45, according to Carlo Dominion, who is a center referee. She has called a halt to the proceedings in the first 45 minutes. It's been chances for Nasarawa Amazons, as of course Janet had a couple of those. Bayelsa were not at their very best, but they will have everything to thank Omoni Monle, who has been very, very crucial and has made crucial saves for her team today, ensuring that they are still in this game as is goalless as they go into the break. Nasarawa Amazons will really, really cherish what they have done in that first half, and they have goals. Nasarawa Amazons 0, Bayelsa 0, and what will Christopher Danjuma do, and what will White Obundu do in the second half? Well, yes, it is half time here at this center in at the Remo Star Stadium in Ikene. Out here, well, it is, of course, we're looking at the first half highlights with these two sides coming out. Game started quite well. On the first couple of seconds, we did see Nasarawa Amazons starting really well with a beautiful header that Omonio Mole had to send up, punches that ball out. A brilliant one, you would say. Proper delivery from the far right hand side. The header, which of course was something that had to be from Ogiovie. But then we're looking at Omokwo's chance earlier on, but was a timely interception at that point in time to ensure that the game remains goalless in the first 44 minutes. Omokwo was brought down, but the referee says there was nothing to that. It was all that the first half would see. The two sides fighting, going head to head, ensuring that they will be able to draw first blood. But that wasn't the case, as two goalkeepers today done well. But halftime it will be Nasarawa Amazons 0, Bayelsa Queens 0. And back to the Remo Star Stadium here in Ikene, as of course the second 45 minutes is resuming. It was a first half of pure dominance from Nasarawa Amazons, which of course saw them have 4 shots on target compared to 2 for Bayelsa Queens. Proper dominance from Christopher Danjima's side. Will that still be the same in the second 45, or will it be the cliche of 2 halves of different plays as it is? Will Bayelsa find their way back with the first half ending goalless, and play will resume? Centre referee Carlo Dominion, of course, starting play in the second 45. Bayelsa will kick us off. No changes so far for either side. Coaches are thoroughly impressed with what they witnessed in the first 45 minutes. What are we expecting during this second 45?
Well, I'm expecting still something really cagey, as we saw in the first half. But I'm expecting Bayelsa to come out and play the ball better. I mean, their side who also know how to play with the ball, but I expect them to play better in the second half, and of course relieve Mole of soaking in so much pressure and having to make a lot of saves, because I don't think if she's continuing to make so much save or allowed to continue to face those shots, if eventually she will not crack under pressure in the second half.
Well, it has started, and right about now Florence Alexander is struggling on the ground after being tackled and fouled by an Nasarawa Amazons player. The first half, like I said, did see Nasarawa Amazons dominating. They did have 4 shots on target and 5 off target. They had 2 corners. Bayelsa had none in the first 45. No yellow cards to report yet, nor a red. No offsides as well to report. But in the second 45 minutes, all is at stake here. But these 2 sides will ensure that they will be able to put themselves in a good position to win their first 2 games of the Super 6. Florence Alexander now will take the free kick. Delivers it into the area, gets to Precious Oscar. Oscar will lose it. It is now a throw-in now for Bayelsa Queens. Still Bayelsa now with the ball. Throwing about to be delivered. Precious Oscar with the header. Falls kindly to Alaba Olabi. Olabi to Precious Oscar. Oscar with the ball, change direction. But to be an interception from Nasarawa Amazons. Captain Abiola is running to get on the ball, which she does quite well. Sends it to Shukura Moshud. Moshud will lose it. Ambles Bunaya will get the ball and has won her team a throw-in as well. It's a quick start for Bayelsa Queens, but changes will be made. Yes, it is Tanum who is coming in. She is going to be replacing Zainab Olakwade, who hasn't been in the game. She hasn't been in the game at all. It is Doshima Tanum will be coming in for Precious Oscar. Precious Oscar is coming off. And of course, it will be Tanum Doshima who replaces her. Earlier on, Olakwade was taken out. Zainab Olakwade was, of course, taken out. And Kindness Ifeanyi comes in to replace her as well. Kindness Ifeanyi comes in to replace Zainab.
Yeah, this is the second game in which Kindness is coming in as a substitute, and we saw flashes of brilliance from her in the first game against the Jewel of Rivers, and hopefully
Nasarawa Amazons are in the area, but delivered in. Oh, but Nasarawa just couldn't connect with the ball. That was really close. A chance to see themselves, but it's not averted yet. It's Janet that can come away with the crossing. Finds a teammate. Oh my. A header now. Still not cleared. Bayelsa in trouble. They're in 6s and 7s in their 18-yard area.
I mean, scrabbles of defending right there, and Nasarawa Amazons are still pressing. I mean, you have to ask yourself, what happened right there. Maybe the new guys who are coming have not yet settled. I mean, one of those players right in the defense is Tatnor, who just came in for Precious Oscar, and I mean it's already them taking impression, and surprisingly it's still Omoko still on the pitch. How is she doing this? How is she not among the double change made by White Wonder in this game? But like I said, he must have a reason why he trusts her so much, and I mean.
Oh, another tip cross in.
Like I said, she will continue to soak in so much pressure until she can't at some point, if they allow her to continue to get under so much pressure from the Amazon babes.
If you cannot get the balls on the ground, you float it in, which is exactly what Nasarawa Amazons have been doing in the last couple of minutes. Fabulous football they've played in the first 3 minutes into the game, or make that 4 minutes. It's been attacking verve after attacking verve for Nasarawa Amazons. I don't know what Chris Badanjima told those girls, but they came out flying in their lemon green shirts and shorts. It is exactly what it is. Great game. Well, Bayelsa now in the area. Just still a very feisty effort out here. Bayelsa not at their A game, but who cares? As Nasarawa Amazons, of course, will try to go. But it is Bayelsa Queens now trying to do something out of the blues, but it wasn't accurate enough and did in trouble. Shukurat Bakari, goalkeeper for the Amazon side. Doshima trying to do something out of nothing ever since our introduction into the side, into this very game. Wow. Nasarawa Amazons are not relenting. It's been great display from the girls, who are looking to win their first 2 games in this very competition. The last time that Nasarawa Amazons, of course, secured back-to-back wins in the playoffs was in the 2021-2022 season. In fact, that is their first consecutive appearance qualification, of course, for the playoffs in 6 seasons. Usually in recent times, they've come this year and they'll miss the next one. But here they are, looking like title favorites with how they've displayed against Bayelsa today.
Yeah, look like a team with more intent. Look at it like a team who wants to win it more. And right now, they have the opportunity to go.
Oh!
That is something. That's a handball.
That is something. That is something.
She took out the ball with her hand. I mean, she forgot that she's not a basketball player right there.
The referee would have a lot to look at. Oh, and it's Oliver Jennifer. Well, the throw-in came in, and then Nasarawa Amazons, of course, got past the markers. Janet Akakamore sent that ball in.
Oh, that is a straight red card.
Absolutely red card.
A straight red card, a penalty. I mean, there's not like a double jeopardy in this situation. There's no, I mean.
Oh my God. Monley wasn't on her lines because she had to rush out to take that, but then.
That was goal bound.
That was goal. It was already in.
Damn.
It was already in, and she had to go in with her hands, with her right arm, and you could see how frustrated she is. She's about crying, but if not crying, because she might have cost her team something here.
She has cost her team something. That is a penalty.
Definitely a penalty moment.
That is definitely a red card. I'm waiting to see if she's going off already or she was given a yellow card instead.
That can be a yellow card. It's red card straight up.
With the adjustment to the game right now, we're seeing
definitely
situations in which,
Well, I talked about no red cards yet.
And of course, we're getting our very first red card.
Oliver, Jennifer,
That's quite unfortunate there.
Wow. Well, you cannot blame that. You cannot blame
Like I
her.
said,
The pressure.
I mentioned it. If they continue to allow Omole to come under so much pressure, now Omole is up for another penalty, second in 2 games, and this time around, waiting to see if she can save again, or she'll be the one to actually save her team like she did the last time out.
Well, it is, of course, a penalty, and
She's up against Janet.
Akaramaway is standing to take it. Will she make it? Can she score, or will it be double saves of penalties in the Super 6 for Nwfl Omoni? Omoni has done that. She has saved 2 penalties this season against Rivers Angels, 1 in the regular season and 1 in the Super 6, which was, of course, on Saturday. And here she is against one of the top goal scorers in the league this season. And she's vying, of course, for her 11th goal. If she scores this, of course. Janet Akaramaway stands just ahead. She's getting ready to take that. And she does take it. And oh my word, a calmly taking penalty gets past Nwfl Omoni. And that will be the first goal of this encounter. Yes, second half is just a charm. Janet Akaramaway gets her 11th goal of the season after, of course, getting her first in the same Super 6. Her 10th and 11th goal of the season in the Super 6, and she has done so first against Niger Rattles and now against Bayelsa Queens, a team that lots of persons touted to be favourites coming into this one. Brilliant penalty that was taking joy, and what a way to make a statement out here that they might just be in it all.
I mean, they are here for it all, to win it all, and I mean, like I said, they made this intent from the very first half when they decided not to play like a team that is playing against title favorites, title contenders, and of course, I mean, they're showing that yes, they might have qualified as the last team in their group behind teams like Remo Stars and of course table toppers in Edo Queens, but they have so much intent, and now they're going for the ball again with Janet on the attack and looking for a second goal. And I mean, it's quite unfortunate for Nwfl Omoni, who has had a really solid game today. But I mean, when you are made to make so much saves, made to be so much under pressure, at some point you would crack under pressure. And I mean, what else than conceding from the penalty spot? Unfortunately for her, she couldn't make it 2 saves in 2 because she considered they considered a penalty in the first game, and she saved it and ensured that they went with all 3 points. And right now, she couldn't keep this particular one out. And with them down to 10 women, it's going to be a very long morning for her, because it's still in the morning, very long morning for her. And with this team that continue to press in the solid babes, we might get to see a whitewash in the final minutes of this game.
Well, call it what you may, but it's been a thorough performance from the girls from Lafayette, Nasarawa Amazons. Well, this very goal from Janet Akaramaway for Nasarawa Amazons, of course. It's if she scored that, which she has done, it will be their 10th playoff goal in 6 years for the team in general. And in that same frame, Bayelsa Queens have had 27 goals scored. So a big difference, you would say. 10 to 27 goals in the playoffs for these two sides in 6 years. And she has done that so well. We talked about them being giant slayers. They did that against Edo Queens, and now they are against Bayelsa Queens. Corner kick delivered in. Well, yet another poor delivery into the area. Straight on, he goes out for a goal kick. Bayelsa aren't getting the job done, and I can imagine what Coach White Wonder will be saying in his mind. What can he do to change the scoreboard?
I mean, looking at the fact that he has already made 2 substitutions in this game at the start of or at very early stages of the second half, and right now looking to make any change, right? And I think he would be looking for a change that would kind of control the pace of the game, seeing that more of the ball has been with the Nasarawa girls. And I don't think he'll be making any attacking change, because that would be very audacious from you, seeing that Nasarawa Amazons are a team that are not relentless and can break forward at any point in time with the girls like Janet right in front of goal, hungry and looking around for any drop balls, and that is what they capitalized on in that position that got them the penalty. So I think if he's making any changes right now, it's just to ensure that they do not go past this margin and manage the game till the end of it, and maybe come back in the next game. But for any opportunity they get, maybe go on a counter. But right now I don't think he's going to be making any changes that would reflect in the attacking phases. Maybe in the midfield to calm the ball, to reduce at the pace at which the girls go forward.
Bayelsa Queens will deliver a free kick, but she went straight on to Shukurat Bakari, who would clear that one out. It's Bayelsa again who will try to restart. Well, if you're just joining us, this is the first match of Matchday 2 of the NWFL Super 6 out here at the Remo Star Stadium in Ikene. Nasarawa Amazons are currently leading Bayelsa Queens by a goal to nil. It was Jennifer Oliver who handled the ball with her hand in her own 18-yard box. Referee spotted that one, and of course it's a handball and straight red card. So right about now, Bayelsa Queens are down to 10. Can they get themselves back in the game, or will it be Nasarawa Amazons who will be able to win back-to-back games for the first time since 2021-2022 season? For Nasarawa Amazons, they have not lost a game where they got the opening goal this season. And in contrast, they also haven't been good at making comebacks, losing all games in which they have considered first as well. But Amazons' comeback win against Nigeria Rattles in the playoffs on Saturday is their first comeback win this season.
First comeback win, and that is a statement of intent from them, saying that they are a relentless side. And I mean, like, we came into this game with the starter saying that they had always lost to the Prosperity Girls whenever they come up against them, including the one in which they lost the final of that championship that Bayelsa Queens went on to win. You will remember, I remember saying that the fact that this is a new set of girls, and from the way that they've played from the very first minutes, they are playing like a team which is not interested in history. They want to write their own history right here in Ikene, and that they are doing because they might be the very first team to inflict defeat on these Bayelsa Queen girls this season.
Absolutely.
And that will be their first defeat in 15 games.
Not Rivers could do it.
Even Rivers could do it, yeah.
Not Robo Queens could do it in a regular season. Not even Nigeria Raptors could inflict that loss on this White Wonders team. And they were some of the best teams we had. But a break into the area, a free kick ball. What a fabulous free kick to have leveled things out here in, of course, Remo Star Stadium in Ikene. It is substitutes Shima Tanum, who came in earlier in the second half and far away from the goalpost. Straight on it was. Goal ban it got. And that will be a leveler out here. Quick response. We didn't see that coming, but eventually it did. What a way to make a statement, as of course, coming in as a substitute.
A statement there from Dochima right there. And yes, you can understand why maybe she came in. Unfortunately, not coming in when the game was, or came in when the game was still goalless and level. I mean, that's...
What was the goalkeeper thinking? I mean, because look at the free kick, straight on it goes. Doshima plays that. He didn't get close. The Kindness was close to it, yes, but goalkeeper did nothing to stop that.
She didn't even move, and I mean,
1-1 it is out there.
1-1 in very beautiful fashion, and finally we're getting the goals going in. I mean, first half went on goalless. But with the second half starting, we're starting to see really good goals, both from set pieces, one from the 6-yard box, the penalty, and the second one for the leveler for Bayelsa Queens from a free kick, a beautiful set piece. I mean, we've seen very beautiful set piece goals in this tournament so far. And we're talking about Nasarawa Amazons going on to probably be the team to sting that record of Bayelsa Queens, but Bayelsa Queens are saying, nope, this is not how we're going to start, or this is not going to happen in the Super 6, especially not against these girls who know how to beat. And right now, they are going up, looking to actually
Kindness is the ball, delivers the ball into the area. Oh my world. Her teammate should have just relaxed. Moshood had time on the ball. She had time, and no player was onto her. But she opted to take a first strike at the ball, immediately touched her feet. But then it was a disappointing one. I'm sure she'll be disappointed with that try.
Disappointed, and you can see his face, or the aura of dejection on Bakare, who is the goalkeeper of Nasarawa Amazons, who is really, really disappointed that she let that particular lead slip just minutes after they got it. And I mean, maybe this is what Bayelsa Queens will capitalize on eventually to go on and get all maximum points, because despite being a player down, they are going with so much intent after conceding. I mean, did you have to concede? We actually played the ball. They will ask me, but yes, that's how it happens. And maybe
the motivation
to actually go, because they know that their record is at stake and they don't want to lose that particular one against a Nasarawa Amazons team.
That is exactly what we're witnessing here at the Remo Star Stadium. The two sides are taking the game on to each other. It was Janet Akakeromowe who shook things up here. She drew the first blood, courtesy of scurrying from the penalty spot, the 12 yards to this. And then a fabulous, fabulous free kick taken by substitute Doshima Tanum. Put things leveled out here. What a game we're witnessing, especially in the second half. The tempo of the game and the trajectory of this game has changed a lot. We didn't think first that it was Nanderatos who were, or rather Nasarawa Amazons, who might be inflicting the first defeat of the season to five-time champions themselves in the Bayelsa Queens. And almost at the same time, Bayelsa responded with a fabulous stunner of a goal. And here we are, 65 minutes in, and it is what it is. Changes now being made. Chiamaka Eziogo is coming in for, of course, Shakirat Moshud.
If you ask me, Moshud has had a rather poor start to the Super 6. Disappointing, especially what we know what she's capable of doing. And I mean, to be called off this early, but I mean, you can also consider the fact that it's a tactical change, seeing that they are a player down. Like I said, Obunda will be looking to how to manage this game, and seeing that luckily for him, his player have been able to equalize despite going a goal down. I mean, yes, going a goal down, they've been able to equalize
by
with 10 women.
Oh, I had to cut you there because I thought it was goal bound, but it wasn't. Joey?
Yes, you have to consider the fact that you also have to make changes to be able to manage the game. Now that they've gotten a goal, you're looking for players who can keep the ball, who can soak in pressure and ensure that the team is able to see this particular one out if they cannot score a goal. But you can see that from what we've seen, the girls are not relenting. They will be going forward. But as much as they can, it needs players who can keep the ball in possession for Bayelsa Queens. Because, I mean, if Nasarawa are not with the ball, they will not be able to score goals and they will avoid defeats that they're trying to avoid in this particular encounter.
But the game is getting feisty out here. The two sides now taking the game to each other. Brilliant game we're seeing here and witnessing out here. Fantastic weather, I must confess, today. It's not that sunny.
And quite windy, if you ask me.
1-1. 67 minutes on the clock. Two fantastic teams going head to head. Nasarawa Amazons now, a delivery into the box, headed out by Bayelsa defense. Still Nasarawa Amazons will turn that over to Bayelsa. Mock corner with it. Sent, of course, our teammate Kindness Ifeanyi off. Ifeanyi on the right hand side. Ifeanyi trying to get past Amaka. Can she do that? Still with the ball, Kindness Ifeanyi, but is that for throw-in? Perfect interception, you must say. The fans are getting rattled here. We're seeing fantastic screams and shout motivation from the fans who are here to witness an amazing game of football.
Definitely, and you have to ask questions of this Nasarawa Amazon side. I mean, despite conceding, you can ask those questions on why suddenly they are falling like a pack of cards. It's just a goal. You're just conceding your first goal in this game. You went ahead and you're numerically at an advantage. So why are you playing absorbing so much pressure from 10 players or 9 outfield players against 10 outfield players? So yes, disappointing from them the last 5 minutes. And I mean, if they continue this way, they might somehow let loose this lead that they got in the second half.
Isn't that the fact that Bayelsa are pressuring them into it? It's not about disappointing, you would say. because we've seen teams go one man down, and that's when they strut their stuff. And that is exactly what Bayelsa seem to be doing right here. Bayelsa still with the ball in the 18-yard area of Nasarawa Amazons. Well, that will be a corner kick. I think it's the first of the game, the first corner kick that Bayelsa will be seeing. Well, the first half, Bayelsa had no corners, but 2 for Nasarawa Amazons in the first half. But here we are, the first corner for Bayelsa.
Okay, I mean, it's game on right now.
Game on.
Game on. And like I said, Nasarawa Amazons are now the ones taking on the pressure that was the other way around in the first half.
Ball delivered into the box. It is still in and around, not cleared. But now it is still. Now we're throwing.
I had to look keenly to ensure that someone else is not repeating what we saw at the other side of the pitch.
Absolutely. It was very fantastic what we saw earlier. Or maybe comically, you say, comically fantastic, because we rarely get to see an outfield player use their hands to stop a ball due to the fact that the goalkeeper wasn't there to do her job. But yeah, you have to do one for the team, right?
Definitely.
You have to do it and take one for the team, which she has done.
I don't think that. I mean, you could see that they came back and of course scored a goal. I don't think that that was needed. Go bound if you cannot clear it on the line, because they did some clearances on the line in their last game, talking about Bayelsa Queens, to ensure that they kept their own lead.
Against
you
Rivers.
know that your team is a team that can come back in games, can score goals. So why would you? I'm not sure she actually intended to do that, but that's happened.
It was the only option.
It was not her option. Just watch it go in. Defenders watch balls go in when they cannot do anything. Now your players are playing at a numerical disadvantage.
Is it instant? Because you
like
feel
I
like
said,
you have to save it, yeah?
You could see it once it happened, that she was so regretful, so remorseful, so sorry that she did that. But the game is a game, the laws are the laws, and that's why they are there to guide us. Because, I mean, if not, everyone would claim that they didn't intend to do something like that.
Well, it is what it is. This game is filled with emotions, and we've seen that earlier on with Oliver. Jennifer being sent off by Carlo Dominion, the center referee, after handling the ball in a box. She acted like the goalkeeper on the day, which is rather funny. But yeah, you do that. Reflexes here and there, it happens. We've seen it multiple times. The game is on now. It is currently leveled. If we end this way, it's going to be the first draw we'll be seen in the Super 6. Because the first game ended in favor of Nasarawa Amazons 2-1. That was on Saturday. With Bayelsa winning theirs against Rivers 1-0. And Remo winning defending champions Edo Queens by a goal to 0. So if this ends this way, it's going to be our first draw in the Super 6.
Yeah, first tie in the Super 6 if it ends this way. But I mean, we'll continue that particular streak of having at least a goal in every game, as we've seen 2 goals in this game already. And I mean, shows that this is a keenly contested tourney, as every team that's playing in this competition is playing with so much intent and showing that yes, they deserve to be in Ikene for the edition of this particular Super 6 that we're witnessing.
We talked about how windy it is out here, and I'm sure you can hear it if you're listening to us. You can go to the Nwfl or YouTube channel to listen to and watch this game. You can also watch on Start Times, as well as Team 33 production. Or in that substitution, this time for Nasarawa Amazon 16 is coming in for 30. It is, of course, 16 outs. Omosuyi is coming in for 30. Confidence Nwfl is coming in as well. Couple of changes being made.
And then Yina is in.
Yes, we would bring that up to you shortly. But we're seeing substitutes at this point in time. 2 quick changes for Nasarawa Amazons, which of course will confirm to you as the game proceeds. But a throw-in now into the box. It is Nasarawa Amazons still in and around there, headed out by Alexander Florence, being taken care of by Blessing Abiola, the captain of the side. Nasarawa Amazons now still with it, controlling the midfield now. The ball still there, cleared out by Bayelsa Queens. Sends it out. The floating ball drops kindly. Omokwa trying to get that delivery, but then it is still Nasarawa Amazons, of course, who has won themselves a throw-in, courtesy of Janet Akikomowe, putting pressure on Oliver. I'm blessed Bunaya, I must say. Still Nasarawa now with the ball. Nasarawa sends it out to the attacking third. The delivery in. Couldn't be sent out, couldn't clear. Bayelsa couldn't clear, and that will be a throw-in for Nasarawa Amazons. Oh, looks like another change or something is about to be done. Okay, referee is indicating that it's going to be a throw-in for Bayelsa instead of Nasarawa Amazons. I will see 2 changes, but we can't confirm what the second change is. I think earlier on, Faridat Abdua Wahab came on, but I didn't see who she comes in to replace. 2 quick changes at a time.
Yeah, the next change for Nasarawa Amazons is jersey number 28, talking about Krishna Ojiwive, who went out for jersey number 13. Talking about, yes.
Ayatsi. Hembafan. Tongue twisters, you would say.
Yeah. Really interesting names.
Yeah. Kasiana off. Hembafan comes in to replace her, which is the other change as well. But here we are, Bayelsa in it. Amakwal doesn't have the pace, and Shukura Bakari would clear lines.
Yes, clearing our lines right there, and like I said, Bayelsa somehow got the motivation to play this team after conceding, and Coach White will be quite impressed with what you've seen after them going behind in that game. Like I said, going behind and losing a player to a red card incident right there. But players like Dojima, who is walking off with the referee, I think for a water break, would be yes, for a water break right there, would be really impressed with her performance. And of course her coach will be so impressed, and of course thanking his stars that he trusted her to come in at the time she came in, because I mean a set piece taker like that should not be sitting on the bench. And finally we're getting to see our first water break in this match day 2 encounter. I think in the first game we had seen at least one when we started the first game in the very first 30 minutes, but right now we've played about 76 minutes into this game and we're getting the first one. So yes, it's way past noon already, so minutes past noon, and we're still in the second half of match day 1. Really interesting encounter. Some say comical because of how we've seen the second half play out, but currently, if you're just joining us, it is the match day 2 production and match day 2 game 1 commentary for the game between Nasarawa Amazons versus versus
five-time champions
Bayelsa Queens, who are looking to defend their unbeaten streak this season. And of course, so far so good, they've been able to do that because they went behind in the 55th minute. A goal courtesy a penalty by Janet, who got her 11th goal of the season today, and of course happily frog Mary Moses in that chase for the top goal scorer this season. And right now she's just behind Bolaji Olamide, who has 14 goals so far. So yes, the other goal came in from substitute Doshima Tano, who got that free kick in from I think 20 to 30.
I think it was more than that.
I think 20. Oh,
it was more than 20.
30 to 35.
I think so.
35 yards out, and of course we're all with mouths dropped, jaws dropped when that particular goal came in. Yes, some will say that that was not a very good position for Bakari, but it's a goal for Doshima, and of course Bayelsa are thankful to her for that, because of that. With that, they're still staying in this game, they're still hanging on in this game and looking to actually push maybe for a win if possible.
Well, it is Bello for Nasarawa Amazons, who has been adjudged to be offside. Aminat Bello, and that is the correct call. That is going to be our first offside of the day. The 1 minute water break over and done with. Play resumes, and of course Amina Bello has been adjudged to be offside, but then
as against the so many offside traps that we saw Rivers Angels set for Bayelsa Queens, and that they just kept having offside upon offside. But today, like I said, both teams love to play with the ball, and while Nasarawa Amazons with the ones with the ball most for the first half, and of course the first part of the second half, Bayelsa Queens have responded really solidly after conceding that goal. And right now you've seen them also try to come out despite being a player down, to actually try to hold the ball and ensure that they don't keep more of the possession in the hands of the solid waves, because with more possession for them, more threats for you, and it makes your goalkeeper under so much pressure. And that is one of the pressure in which she cracked it anyway, considering her first goal of this tournament. She didn't concede on match day 1, but she has conceded already on match day 2. So no clean sheets for her today, even if they go to win.
Well, it is Nasarawa Amazons now who are mounting the pressure. Ball still in the half of Bayelsa Queens, but cleared out. Bayelsa Queens are not taking nothing this time out. Would you know defensively astute, how defensively astute they are? They might not have shown that today, a couple of times of course, but they are still in it. 18 minutes right about now, and it's 1-1 between these two historic sides in the NWFL game. It's been a fantastic game of football out here at the Rainbow Star Stadium, which of course has triggered some of the fans screaming and cheering for what we've seen. Carlo Dominion calling for Omoni Monley to be attended to. She is struggling with something, probably fatigue. Mozupo either. But then it's been a proper game out here. We've seen them strut their stuff, and Omunimole has done quite a lot for her team today.
Done quite a lot. I've been called upon a lot of times in this game, and also you also want to remember that she has been the one to have kept them in this game so far, and despite conceding from the penalty spots, she has stopped so many goal-bound chances for Nasarawa Amazons, and of course is the reason why they are still in this game and still holding on to their unbeaten record streak so far this season. And of course the reason why Nasarawa Amazons might not be running away winners, because we are 9 minutes away from the end of regular time in this game, and maybe when we get to some minutes extra time, and yeah, she'll once again be the one who stood really solid for the Prosperity Girls today in this game, like she did for them against the Jewel of Rivers on match day 1.
Well, 9 minutes, 8 minutes is plenty of time for the scoreboard to change and in favor of any of these two sides. Omoni Monley is up. It is more changes being made. We are getting to see movement in the box of Nasarawa Amazons, which of course we will take a look at shortly. Well, yes, the referee is having a conversation with some of the players. Jennifer Oliver as well, she was earlier on sent off, but Jumoke Alani. Changes, yes, like I said, about to be made, and Shibawale is coming in place of Josephine Masayas, the captain of Nasarawa Amazons.
Another time in which Josephine will not be playing the entire 30, but you have to understand that with them chasing for a win in this game, they have to bring on players with more attacking intent and threats as against a player like Josephine. Yes, Josephine is very good at dead ball position, the set piece positions. She scored the winner for them.
Well, Florence delivered the cross in. I'll come to you shortly, Joy, but the ball is now about to the end. Oh my, a goal was scored, but before that goal was scored from a beautiful header, the referee has already blown for a foul, so that will not count. That would definitely not count.
I was wondering why they continue to head the ball, because the whistle was clear and the referee had already blown. before the two ladies who jumped for that particular one. And now we have medical emergency. But I was saying before then, Shola Shobowale scored really, really important goals for Nasarawa Amazons in the regular season. Started the first game, and I mean, you can understand why Coach Christopher Danjuma will be throwing her into the ring in this game. Not the ring, but I mean, you understand what I mean. Into the fight to get to get a winner for them, because I mean they've had to score 2 goals. They had to score 2 goals in the previous game to be able to win. They conceded first in that one, but despite going up first in this first one, they are also at a position of leveling or at a draw right now. So they need a winner, and who else to call upon than a player who has scored really important goals for Nasarawa Amazons in the regular season. So yes, Shola Shobowale is in, and the captain of the side who scored the winner for them against Nigeria Raiders on Matchday 1 is out, and of course done with her shift for today.
Well, there is quite a lot to be done. Kindness is not... There's a lot. Kindness is in a dire situation. Kindness is she needs lots of attention in there.
Looks really serious, because
it's very serious.
Quite serious, because I'm seeing them running with a stretcher right there, and
ambulance is also on
their way. Oh dear.
It is really serious. I did see a bandage to her eye, a right eye, and straight on she goes to the ambulance.
She's wheeled off into the ambulance right there. Really hope she's okay. I mean, Bello is also on the pitch, but the person who took the more of the heat is definitely Kindness, who came in as a substitute in this game.
Yeah.
And right now, Coach Obunda White, despite forced to make such early saves due to his girls going down by a girl, you can see him. Yeah, you can see the coach right there.
And Kindness she's so young.
Yeah, really.
She's so young.
Really.
Well, we're looking at that again. It was collision of heads.
Yes, and that's why Alani is also on the pitch. Well, Alani seems to be okay right now.
Yeah, I think it's from here. So Kindness took it to her face. So you're looking at it. Oh wow! It's not good at all.
Eye on the head.
Yeah. So she is being carried out now by the ambulance, and I hope that she is good.
And that is Bayelsa Queens, yes, down to 9 players on the pitch right now, because they had a player sent off in Olivia Jennifer earlier on in the second half. And right now, Kindness, who came in as a substitute, have not really had a very kind end to her game today, as she's been, and we all hope that she's okay, because that is what's really important. But looking to see how Bayelsa Queens will be able to hold on for the rest of this game. They have an opportunity to make another sub right now, but waiting to see if.
We're seeing pictures of Edo Queen's contingent, the coach as well, having a say or two. This game it's been very amazing.
Really amazing, really feisty. Like I said, they've gone bar to bar, part to part, aura for aura in this game. But I'm sure everyone has had shivers down their spine after seeing the way in which Kindness landed on the pitch, and that's what everyone is conversing about in the stadium right now. But players resumed.
Nasarawa Amazons will continue again.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how many players you have, make your changes when you have to. Nasarawa Amazons still with the ball now.
And they will want to capitalize on that particular one.
Switch of play, but handled by Omoko. Sends it out for a throw-in.
Omoko looks to be playing rather strongly than we thought she would.
Looks that way. Well, still Nasarawa Amazons now. Amazons, the referee has called that as a free kick. 88 minutes and still 1-1 between Nasarawa Amazons and Bayelsa Queens. Two sides that have entertained us today. What changes? 7 is coming in right about now.
And Omoko has finally made her final contribution for the day. So Omoko is 33. That's Kindness, who is off in an ambulance, is in for jersey number 27. Is off on jersey number 27.
24 Rose Echo.
24.
Yeah.
And then Vera Samuel is the one who replaces Messi Omokwa. So yes, Vera, just number 29, replaces Omokwa, just number 7, while Kindness, who came in as a sub, just number 33, is replaced right there.
Well, it is, we saw quick changes out there, but we'll get to your Nasarawa Amazons trying to play. Well, for Nasarawa Amazons, it was, of course, Faridat Abdul Wahab who came in for Amina Bello. Amina Bello is out. For Bayelsa, Kindness Ifeanyi, who was a substitute earlier, was replaced by Rose Ekong. There was also another change as well, which would also confirm for you. But that's
yes, Omoko off for Vera Samuel.
Vera Samuel, who
Yes.
is joining from Edo Queen. She did win the title last season with Edo Queen. She also went on to win the Nwfl B qualifiers with the same Edo Queens. Also went on to play with them on the continent as a CAF Women's Champions League. But this season, in the mid-season, she did join Bayelsa Queens and has already scored 2 goals to her name. She is also brilliant in her own right. She's also brilliant in her own right, we know that. 5 minutes added to the 90.
Yeah, I mean, with the stoppage to address that particular incident that happened, in which we saw Kindness Ifeanyi taking off the pitch in an ambulance, stretched out the field, of course, straight into an ambulance, and of course, straight to the hospital. We definitely expect that amount of added time to be added right there. And of course, it's back to 11 versus 10, with Nasarawa Amazons having more numerically due to the red card that Bayelsa Queens considered that led to their first goal, or led to the first goal we saw in this game.
This is top-tier women's football. It is the top-tier women league as well, the NWFL Premiership. The second tier, we do know it as the NWFL Championship. Well, here we are, the Super 6, where the top 6 teams and the best 6 teams in the country will gather and fight for one crown, which is a title. Right about now, no clear favorites. These two sides, like we said earlier, did win their first games against tough opposition, especially for Bayelsa against Rivers and Nasarawa Amazons against Niger Rattles. And here they are, up out a 1-0 draw, which, if it ends this way, will be the first score draw and fact first draw of this very Super 6. But Nasarawa Amazons, here they come. Bayelsa will clear their lines. Still Bayelsa now.
Goal scorer right there, but dispossessed.
Nasarawa Amazons through Faridat Abdul Wahab. Sends the cross in. Cleared up by Monle. Now, still Nasarawa now in their own half. Encroaches to the half of Bayelsa. Ball still in play. Bayelsa would clear. But I thought she would have sent that one in for a team, but it has gone out for a throw-in.
Well, she kind of was late in responding to that. And of course, with an attacking threat coming your way, you have to be sure that, I mean, you clear the ball first to ensure that the entire team will group, to ensure that there's no mistake. Because any slight mistake right now, that would be their record of an unbeaten season up in flames. Yeah.
Up in flames. Right about now, we have about 2 minutes more to play. 2 minutes and some seconds to play before Carlo Dominion, the center referee, will be calling time. But until then, there's still 1-0 between these two sides. Nasarawa Amazons up against Bayelsa Queens. 2-time champions versus 5-time champions. So they have 7 titles. We have 7 titles in this game.
And when you combine both, that gives you what
Rivers
Angels have.
Well, it is now a foul. You could hear the shouts and screams by a player down there.
I mean, the central referee, Carlo Dominion, has been really able to control this game, and she has been quite lenient in her foul calls. I mean, with only one card in this game, and that card being a straight red given to Jennifer Oliver for that particular handball in in the goalpost, in the net itself.
What was that from Florence Alexander? You had your teammates in the box. You opted to play to the right, to the left-hand side, and you had no member of your team there.
As a chance wasted.
Absolutely.
And I mean, might come back to haunt them if Nasarawa Amazon, with this particular attempt, go forward to get a goal.
1 more minute and some seconds still to go for these two sides to see who will be getting all 3 points here in the first match of the Super 6 on match day 2. Right here at the Remo Star Stadium in Ikene. Well, it is Bayelsa Queens now through Florence Alexander who would clear lines. Out for Otroin. Coach White looking on, wondering, looking at his watch. We have no time left. Right about now, it is Ambles Umunaya who has it. And it's about to send that ball in a throw-in. Couple more seconds to go. Maybe should have a couple of minutes because of what happened to Kindness if I
mean, I think because we got to the added minutes after that incident, I think that is the only incident that ensured that we spent, and I mean, it was swift response from the medical team, so I don't think we spent so much time right there, and game continued almost instantly. So yes, I think 5 minutes is enough, and maybe we've seen just enough of these two sides today. And yes, Carlo Domini has seen enough.
Well, that is all that we can get in the first 45 minutes. It has been a keenly contested fixture between Nasarawa Amazons versus Bayelsa Queens in a game where none of them could be separated. It was Nasarawa Amazons who drew the first blood through a penalty kick that was taken perfectly by Janet Akekwawe, who ensured that she got her 11th goal of the season. What a contest, I must say, we have witnessed, and almost immediately was a quick response and a fantastic free kick from substitute Doshima Tanum. Bayelsa Queens might not continue. Of course, they continue their unbeaten run. Now we're 16 and proving once again why they are top contenders for the 2024-2025 crown. But you will not let this one go, because Nasarawa Amazons gave this game their all. Nasarawa Amazons gave it everything. But the Prosperity Girls had a say as well. They couldn't edge them. Plenty of drama, of course, still to come in this very competition in the second game. But Bayelsa and Nasarawa Amazons might just have taken big steps towards yet another title. Unfortunately, an injury to Kindness Ifeanyi might not be exactly what they wanted, and we really hope that she'll be okay. But right about now, this time, it is Nasarawa Amazons 1, Bayelsa Queens 0-1.
I mean, that was a very interesting and to what was an interesting game. I mean, goals both coming in the second half. Seeing these two sides finally, Nasarawa Amazons averting what would have been 4 losses in 4 for these two teams, for their team against the Prosperity Girls. Talking about Bayelsa, that's Bayelsa Queens. Bayelsa Queens heavy a sigh of relief right there, despite going a player down and of course conceding from the spot kick right there in the 55th minute. Goal by Janet right there. They were able to fight. Shows why they are currently unbeaten. Went on to fight, and this is the highlight of the first half in which we saw, or the second half in which we saw that particular penalty incident, and of course that was Jennifer Olivia who somehow wanted to keep the ball out, but opted to use her hands. And of course,
very funny whenever I watch it again.
No part of the pitch is an outfield player allowed to use their hands, and there she was automatically sent off. And that was where Nasarawa Amazons got the opportunity to get their goal, courtesy of Janet, who is getting her 11th goal of the season. And that was quite quite a very interesting, but of course, goal-bound, goal-scored penalty by Janet, the jersey number 19, and of course, the leading goal scorer for Nasarawa Amazons, now just behind Bolaji Olamide in that one. And that was the free kick, the equalizing goal for Bayelsa Queens right there by substitute. Just substitute who came in the second half, talking about Doshima Tatom. A very sweet cross in there, or a very sweet free kick scored right there. Some would like to blame Bakari Shukurat for that particular goal conceded, but that was definitely a goal in. And yes, that one that you saw went in was of course not going to count because the referee had already blown, but why it is being replayed is because we had an unfortunate incident right there where substitute Ifeanyi Kanines had a collision with Alani Jumoke right there, which ensured that she was immediately stretched out, and of course taken into an ambulance and straight to the hospital because I mean, looks like she was bleeding, and I mean, so much pain, they had to take her off. And that was how we'll end this game. The first draw we'll be seeing in the Super 6 for 2025. Full time, we saw these two sides, Nasarawa Amazons play a full-time draw. Nasarawa Amazons won, Bayelsa Queens won, and that's game 1 for match day 2. side from Abuja, Nigeria Tales today on the second game of Matchday. To already have proceedings for you for today, where Nasarawa Amazons and of course Bayelsa Queens played out a 1-1 draw, and of course we're getting to the next game, Remo Stars versus Nigeria Tales. Before we have the final one for today, Rivers Angels playing against defending champions Edo Queens.
That's exactly what we were seeing. We have seen a match day 1 and then match day 2. Like you talked about, we're about to see Remo Stars take on Nigeria Tales. These two sides do know their stuff, so we're about seeing the players come out the tunnel. And I think we're expecting a fantastic game of football here today.
Yes, it's a fantastic game of football, seeing that Remo Stars will alongside Dorcas in this one. And yeah, team sheets, of course, we have Remo Stars starting today with Charlotte Ajay, beg your pardon, Okwemi Sunday, Hannah Ibrahim, Akudo Ogona, Immaculate Ofyong, Olashubomi Ogundele, who got the winner for them in that game against Edo Queens. Blair said Isugo, Aishat, Nwfl, Bolaji, Olamide, and of course we have Simisola OKCJ and Bolaji Olamide. We can see the toss of the coin by the referee to see who gets us underway in this game, and of course looks like Remo Stars got that particular one, but we'll confirm that. Let's give it team sheets for Nigeria Tales with Doris O'Hare in goal, Jubiga Chibodi in that particular one. Goal scorer for them in the first game, Sibe Rita, is with the team this time around. We'll also be starting Nora Davis. Oladeji Oluwabomi is also on the pitch. Jumaya Debayo, that solid lady from the under 17 side, mainstay on the 17 side, is going to be starting as well. Janet Ipe, Adana Wachiku, Olua Tokpe, Alayode, Sofiat Bankole, and finally for Nigeria Tales we have Grace Salio. Dorcas, what are you expecting in this particular game, the second game we're having today?
But I'm expecting quite a lot. You can hear the fans, they are shouting at the highest of their voices because, of course, Remo Stars are involved in this very encounter. I'm expecting these two sides to do their best. We saw Nigeria Tales, holding their own against Nasarawa Amazons, but that wasn't the case at the end of the day after they lost 2-1. Remo Stars coming off a fantastic victory against defending champions Edo Queens. So I'm expecting quite a lot from these two sides. Coach Remo Matthew, we know what she can do. So I just want fantastic football, and I do think that we'll get to see that today.
Of course, expecting to see really good football today. We can see camera on the coach of the Remo Stars ladies, Coach Webimo Matthew, who has led her team to their debut in Nwfl Championship or Premiership, I beg your pardon, Super 6 in their second season of existence. And of course, the other side is Samson Keshi, the coach of Nigeria Tales, who is popped as he comes into this game looking for his very first win in this competition. Remember that both sides qualified from different groups, with Nigeria is qualifying as the third team from Group B, right behind Bayelsa Queens and Rivers Angels respectively, while Remo Stars finished second right behind defending champions in Group A, talking about Edo Queens. And yes, they have a point to prove, talking about Nigeria, seeing that they're the last team to qualify for the Super 6, where they qualified on the final day, and of course at the expense of FC Robo, who are of course a regular to the Super 6. So yes, they have a point to prove, and they would want to prove it against the side who is also one fresh to this encounter when it concerns the Super 6. Well, this is not their first time playing the Super 6, and they would want to play against a Remo side who looks solid despite them being debutants in the Super 6. And yes, kickoff in this very first game, and that would be from Nigeria Tales starting us off in this game. So welcome once again if you're just joining us for the second game of match day 2. It's Remo Stars versus Nigeria Tales.
Again, where I would expect to see better things to happen.
Expected to see plenty of things happen, and I think Remo Stars would want to start on the front foot in this particular game. And of course, we saw that particular ball go right the way of one of the most lethal strikers, or one of the little forwards we have in the NWFL this season. Talking about Kafayat Bashir, who has 6 goals to her name so far. Of course, partnering up front with Bolaji Olamide, and of course Remo Stars are on the front foot with this one, and across into the area, but that would be a wayward one, and that would be from Immaculata Offiong, who is a solid stay in this side, coached by Coach Wemimo Matthew. And center referee is Coach Dina Ejiro James, who will be presiding this particular one for us over the 90, and looking to have a really good game as we saw in the first one.
Oh yes, Remo started quite well with good attacking intent. We just saw that earlier on. They do want to make a statement. They don't just want to host, they don't want to host and win, but they have to continue that winning streak here against Nigeria Tels, who are returning to the Super 6 for just the second season. This is also the first time that Remo Stars ladies will be in the Super 6, so they want to make a statement. They want to make a statement, and let's see if they can do that today, getting off with 2 victories in the Super 6 this season.
Yeah, while they want to make a statement, they also have to be very wary of this Nigeria side, who are very good with set pieces, and of course scored their only goal of this tournament from a set piece. And the goal scorer of the day for them is the one who is going to be proceeding over this corner kick, talking about CB Rita. Rita takes the corner, and of course it is ineffective, and yeah, she's back to her position because she's most likely going to be called upon several times to make such decisions of taking the corner. And that is the foreign goalkeeper, the Ghanaian, who is in between the sticks for Remo Stars, talking about Charlotte. Let's call her Queen Charlotte, after the very popular Queen Charlotte of the Bridgerton story. And yes, Remo Stars are back with the ball, looking to go forward. Bashir Kafayat with that particular one, centre forward. Remo Stars with the ball, a pause right there, and straight into the centre. And I mean, it's safely collected right there by the goalkeeper of Nigeria, Ohia Doris.
Well, this is a better start than we saw in the game against Edo Queens. That game was rather dropped the first 45 and even the second 45 until the game picked up when the coach, Wimo Matthew, showed her presence, which of course got the game into gear. But right about now, Remo Stars leaders have started quite well. They are attacking with an intent. They are showing that they can play the ball on the ground and on the feet as well. So it's been quite interesting. Nigeria Raptors are also a team that are quite good on the ball as well. So let's see what these two sides can do. It's just about 4 minutes in, and it's goalless. These two sides are promising sides, and are quite young when it comes to playing women's football in the country.
Yeah, promising. Goalless, you mentioned. But we have to remember that Nigeria scored the fastest goal in this tournament than they did against Nasarawa in the first game. But that would be a throw-in to Remo Stars ladies. Another throw-in forced by Nigeria, and of course it's still Remo Stars to take the throw. Throw taken. Back to the feet of the captain of the side, talking about Olabumi. A foul right there, but Olamide, the highest goal scorer in this competition, talking about the NWFL Premiership this season with 14 goals, is the one who would keep the ball in for Remo Stars. But right now, Immaculata Offiong has been called upon to get them off a little bit away from danger, and force in the throw-in right there. And that's Chukwudi who would throw that particular one. Nigeria Tels trying to make something out of that, but it will be counted as a chance. Way offside.
Well, they've started quite brilliantly as well, Nigeria Tels. A team that, in the regular season fought until the very dead before they could qualify for the Super 6 with Samson Keshi, the coach of this side, who knows his stuff. He has coached men's football. This is his first time in women's football, so we've seen how his team can play. They have fantastic players as well who also play in the national team, and they've started quite well here against Remo Stars leaders.
Yeah, of course, talking about players who have played in the national team for Nigeria Tels, the only second club. I mean, this is the battle of the privates, as they are the only two sides that are owned by private owners. Talking about Nigeria Tels and Remo Stars, and I mean, talking about mainstays in the national team. Players like Jumai Adebayo, who is a major stay in the Flamingos, who went on to do really good in Dominican Republic at the World Cup. Wafu, and of course even the qualifiers for the World Cup that will be going on later on this year. And she's starting for Nigeria Tails. Now Nigeria Tails with the ball, looking to press forward, but of course Remo Stars will give them no breathing space for that particular one as they get the ball back. And yeah, Ikpa Janet, I beg your pardon, is the one who lets off possession there. And yes, that is Immaculate Aofiong, really known for her shots.
She was quite poor against Edo
Quite
Prince.
poor, yes. This time around she will look to make amends for that. But I mean, she's a mainstay in the defense for Coach Wemimo Matthew. And I mean, like I said, she would go on to take that throw in. And her signature launch into the area right there. But the ball is back in possession for Nigeria Tails, who will look to capitalize on that one. But goal scorer from the first game, Shubomi Ogundele, who is a very, very huge internet sensation in women's football, making her debut at the very first time playing at a club side in the NWFL Premiership. And Remo Stars were the team to put their trust in her. And she had a dream debut when it concerns her first game in the NWFL Premiership, where she played against Confluence Queens and scored on that day. And a dream debut at the Super 6, where she scored the only goal for Remo Stars against Edo Queens, the defending champions.
But nothing beat that feeling, because that's the moments that you will cherish your entire life.
Definitely.
But then if they end up winning the title, that is going to beat it, I think. And if she scores on the final day that leaves the title for her club, that's going to beat it for me.
I mean, a fairy tale finish for her if that happens. But she had a really, really solid season with providing very good assists starting from the bench, and also to mention that she is still a student, as she's currently a student of the University of Lagos, but giving her all whenever she's called upon to play for Coach Wemimo Matthew led side.
But that's a big statement, because we are clamoring for young blood to be brought into the league. And I must also add that our women's league, we do have really young players playing in the league. I do remember Rivers having, Peace F. Young as well. A couple of young stars as well.
Yeah, we also mentioned the fact that from the previous game, the lady who was injured, talking about
Kindness
in Fines, quite pretty young, and then we're having players like even the person that we were talking about having a height disadvantage in the game. Yeah, she's starting again today. Talking about Simisola.
Okeseji.
Yeah, Okeseji is also very, very young. She's also one who is charged to play in the under-17 side of Flamingos too. So yes, that this is we're not to be a selling league, so of course we are also a league with really, really young players, and really interesting to see them come against each other for the crown right here. Remember that this is the start of the journey for whoever would get to represent Nigeria at the Nwfl.
That could be qualifiers.
When you play the Nwfl, you get the opportunity to represent Nigeria, win that particular one, and qualify for the Continental Showpiece, which is the Champions League. And peradventure go on to win that, might represent Africa at the very first edition of the Women's Club World Cup later on in the year. So yes, that is definitely, and that's the lady right there, Okeseji, as she is called, and she's the one that was fouled right there by Rita Sibe. Quite a very audacious tackle, but she's up right now, and yes, going on in this game, Sibe, goal scorer from the first game for Nigeria Tails.
She's got the first goal of the tournament.
First goal of the tournament also, yes, made history that day, scoring in the 13th minute against Nasarawa Amazons. And yes, the ball is back in possession of Ohia Doris, who takes that one in, sends it in, and just a deflection, and it's back in the hands of her counterpart at the other end of the pitch, Charlotte. Yeah, just sends it in. I mean, this time she's not waiting for Ofiong to take her goal kicks for her today. She's taking them herself.
Probably she had a knock or she was suffering something on that day.
Yeah, that particular day, not to be able to take it. But the captain of the side, Olubomi Oladeji, is leading the charge for the attack. But so quickly, Charlotte Ajay is out to quickly collect that particular one. And Charlotte had a really impressive start to her life at Remo Stars right there. Very young lady, you can see also. Had 6 clean sheets in the regular season. Add the one against Edo Queens, making 7 so far this season. Really impressive from her for the ladies who have played the very first time in the Super 6, talking about Remo Stars ladies.
Well, she wasn't at her very best when she joined the league with Rivers Angels. And then her move here must have helped her with confidence, must have helped her game. And like you said, 7 clean sheets already this season. With that one guy, with the 7s coming against Edo Queens, that tells that she has grown, and the team has done her quite a lot of favors as well, ensuring that she gets better. So it's been a great time for her, and let's see if she can as well get on the clean sheet with this game against Nigeria Rattles.
Yeah, definitely. Just like I think the game plan for Remo Stars so far in this tournament is, if you're not going to win, just don't concede, don't lose. And I think that's worked so fine for them in the first game, and eventually they got their winner late into the second half. I mean, minutes away from the end of the game, the 88 minutes, with that corner kick going straight into the back of the net. Ball that looked to be an own goal, but credited, of course, to Shubomi Ogundele in that particular one, because looks goal bound. And yeah, Remo Stars will continue with that particular streak, or looking to continue that particular streak. And yeah, that ball is back in the hands of Charlotte.
Well, the winds are back, and the weather is calming again, and the players, I'm sure, will enjoy the game. It's not as hot as they would have thought it would, because by this time on Saturday, we did see the players suffering when it comes to the heat. They had to.
I mean, it was the turn of Bayelsa Queens and Rivers Angels at this time of the day, that particular day. And Remo Stars also actually tasted a bit of that sun when we had about 33 degrees around about 4 o'clock when they were playing their own game against Edo Queens. But right now, calm weather, really good for the football we're seeing on the pitch today. And I mean, Remo Stars, what's that particular chance right there, but cleared out by Captain Olubomi. But back with the ball, and that's Olamide. Olamide will take a shot. She takes it, and she scores it. That is her 15th. That is by, not Olamide actually. Olamide did score the goal. A brilliant stop, take her time, a pause right there. And she has finally gotten herself a goal in the NWFL Premiership Super 6. Bolaji Olamide looking to break the record, or meet and break the record set by Amarachi Odima in the 2014-2015 season. And right now she is on her way, as she scored the 15th. Looking to go on to score 17 and, of course, meet that record and break it. What would you say about that particular goal set for her by Subomi right there in the midfield, who got that ball and, of course, cross it in for Olamide? And Olamide, of course, a calm and a pause finish to get us started in this game. It's 1-0 in favor of Remo Stars. Goal scored by highest goal scorer in the league this season, Bolaji Olamide.
That was a beautiful goal, and the way that she sold the dummy to, of course, our two markers in Jumaya Adebayo, as well as Adedeji Oluwabumi, of course, ensured that she switched the ball from her left to right and took a strike with that right-footed one, got past Doris here, and that will be, like you said, her 15th goal of the season, her first so far in the Super 6, but of course, she has already gotten the job done in the regular season. It's not like it's over yet. 15th goal and counting so far in this tournament. Well, it did not exactly beat the timing of Nigeria's first goal in this very competition.
But they'll take it.
Yeah, this came in the 15 minutes, but she will take it. They will take it, because it was a fantastic, beautiful goal that was from Olamide Bolaji. She's also in the score sheet now, and great things to come for Remo Stars.
Great things to come for them. I mean, a very good start as compared to what happened in that game against Edo Queens, where they had to wait late to get a goal. But this time you will say that maybe they are playing against a less dangerous
side,
or
yeah.
fancy side as they played the defending champions in their first game. But a good start for them. Do you think that this will continue, or this would lead to what might be a whitewash for Niger Rattles in this game?
I do not know. I don't think it's going to be a whitewash. I do think that Niger Rattles are quite good in their own rights as well. They do have attacking-minded players. They know how to defend as well. So I don't think it might be a whitewash, but I do see this game being much more contested for quick goal that might end up becoming the winner for Remo Stars. We don't know that yet for sure. But as we have seen, Niger Rattles also have players that can hurt the Remo Stars in this very game.
They have players that can hurt them in this game. I mean, like I said, they have the deadliest combination in attack, talking about Remo Stars, with Bolaji Olamide with 15 goals and Kafayat Bashir with 9 goals, making a combine of 24 goals for their 2 forwards right there. And that is Olamide being fouled right there as they look to go forward for another goal. And of course, she's on the floor, wincing in pain. Waiting to see if she can continue. I mean,
she was saying the dummy again, but she was caught this time.
I mean, she was not going to get past that particular player there, but that would be a very dangerous foul. That, of course, was called by the center referee in the game, Dina Ejiro James.
She was at the right place to have seen that tackle, so yes, it was a very bad one, and she saw that. So Remo Stars to take the free kick.
Free kick taken. And Niger Rattles are clear a bit to get themselves, but I mean, somehow they found themselves on the break for an attacking move, but quickly stopped because bodies fell on the line. Of course, Hannah Ibrahim, who is one of the home favorites, a very young and solid defender, a mainstay at the under-17 side.
Another young player again
with really great character. I mean, we talked about her in the first game against Edo Queens, mentioned the fact that she was an internet sensation last time out, or early part of the season, when she played on this very ground on the very day she lost her dad and dedicated that particular game to her father. And of course, right now she's pairing with an experienced centre back in the person of Ubona, who is the standing captain of the side.
Well, it was almost an equalizer earlier on for Niger Rattles, but then it was the goalkeeper and the players weren't sure that it went out for a corner kick, but that was taken quickly, and now it is a goal kick that will be taken once again by Immaculata.
Immaculata is back to her goalkeeping, or her goal kick responsibilities, as we saw in the game against Edo Queens. That is back in possession of Niger Rattles, who are looking to quickly make a comeback in this game, and a little bit late on. Remo Stars are back to defend, and there's a quick change. Quite a shock. We have jersey number 12, who is out for jersey number 11.
We got Chijoke and Chigodi. He's being taken out.
I'm trying to understand if that is a tactical change or that was forced by maybe an injury or a fitness issue.
I think so. I think it's like a fitness issue or something.
Yes, Chigodi is off.
Or the game plan is not working. So the best way to do it is to ensure that you bring someone quickly who can manage the pressure, who can, ensure that they can defensively hold your own, as well as assisting in attack as well. I think that's what Samson Keshi is looking for in the game.
That's, a lot of footballing fans who are watching currently will be questioning if that is not too early in the game. Just 20 minutes played. If it is for tactical reasons, that is quite interesting to see. We'll wait to see if that will eventually pay off, as they would be looking to avoid back-to-back defeats in this competition. Talking about Niger Rattles, the girls from Abuja. They're originally from Benue, but they make Abuja home. And are the second or the only club apart from Remo Stars who are privately owned in the NWFL Premiership. And of course, that means they are the second only private team playing in the Super 6.
They were actually, one of the first privately owned clubs before Remo Stars were brought in last season as well.
Yes, definitely.
And it's good to get to see that happening in the league.
To see that they're
more
both, more of that. To see that both of them are also in the highest stage, which is the Super 6, shows that returns are definitely, or investments are paying off for their owners, who are putting in so much and competing with the other girls who are, of course, state-sponsored teams.
Either way, it's going to be very difficult to win in titles here, so you have to ensure that you are at your very best. You're playing against the state-backed teams, and you know that their pockets do not go dry. They have the deep pockets out there to sponsor the teams. But here they are in the Super 6 fighting alongside those other teams. Can they snatch that title away from Edo Queens? Out with the question. Some are saying Remo Stars do, but I do know that they might have a chance, maybe because they are home and their fans will be supporting them all the way through. But then you talk about Bayelsa, you talk about Rivers, talk about Edo Queens. They are no mean feat when it comes to this very competition.
Definitely, they'll be looking to be the first side since Bayelsa, or since Delta Queens, I beg your pardon, hosted and won this competition in Nasarawa there. I want to go in the footstep of other teams like Bayelsa, who have also hosted and won, and who missed out by a very thin margin last season in front of home fans in Yenogwa, where Edo Queens came and snatched that one. Remo Stars ladies will be looking to host and win. I mean, their men were crowned champions on this ground. They will be looking to walk in the footstep of the men and be crowned on this very ground also, as they are hosting the competition right here at their home ground, the Remo Stars Stadium in Ikenne, Ogun State.
If you're not a fervent follower of the Women's League, you would actually think that CB Rita looks like Shakira Moshood at Bayelsa.
Yes, they have a very striking resemblance right there. But maybe the hairstyle is what is different.
They mostly do the same style sometimes.
But today, I took note of it. I mean, I was thinking about it during our commentary in the first game. The first game, Shakira Moshood was wearing a zigzag cornrow style, while Rita is putting on a straight all-back cornrow style.
The difference.
Yes, it's different. But same skin tone and everything, and of course the audacious shots from outside the box.
True that.
Very similar. Well, Remo Stars are the one with the ball right now. A free kick to be taken just outside the box right there from the right-hand side. Into the box, into the area.
Oh.
And that just came slightly over the head of Hannah Ibrahim.
That would have been a stunner if it had gone in.
I mean, she always gets in very dangerous positions like that. And with her height, she looks to capitalize on that and get goals for this team. And I mean, would have further dampened the spirit of Nigeria Girls, who would have considered 2 in this first half. But I mean, so far so good. The assist railing by a lone goal scored in the 14th minute by Olamide Bolaji of Remo Stars.
But we've seen that, 2 of the top goal scorers are scored here in the Super 6 with 1 list left. Mary Moses, she is going to be playing much later today. We should be also getting on the score sheet because we've seen Janet score twice now in the tournament, and in the Super 6, I mean to say.
And that's an opportunity for Nigeria Girls to capitalize on that slip from the defense of Remo Stars. But quick reaction right there from Charlotte to collect the ball and ensure that they have nothing to worry about. And still yet to concede in this competition, Remo Stars. And that is a foul blown against Nigeria Girls, and of course foul against Immaculata Ofion. Ofion is still on the floor, and we can see on our screens Coach Wemimo Matthew quite unpleased with something and complaining. I'm sure she's not unpleased with the goal, the score line right now, but I mean, maybe at the way at which her girls are currently being treated by the other team players. Ofiong, the latest victim. But coach referee Dina Adrian James believes to have a hand of this game and has given a free kick in the half of Remo Stars. Free kick taken. And I mean, unlike the first game in which we saw the girls liking to hold possession and keep it for a while, this is not yet a game in which we've seen either side hold the ball as much.
Well, just do what you have to do. Ensure that you don't lose it at a very dire position for your team. Ensure that when you lose it, you're chasing after it. So win the second balls. Ensure that you keep the pressure. You keep putting that pressure there, which is what I think both sides have done.
Well, that looked to have been a break for Remo Stars, but I mean, the referee will call it back for an infringement right there on Ikpa Janet. I don't know why I keep calling her Joy, because we have an Ikpa Joy. Yeah, we have an Ikpa Joy in Edo Queens, I think. But it's Ikpa Janet who got that particular foul, and fortunately for her team, they weren't able to capitalize on that one. And yes, play continues. Isigo is going back into the field, and now it's getting quite sunny
and shiny because of the confettis on the ground.
Definitely. Yeah, if you're just joining the broadcast today, all of this is due to the leftovers from the confetti from yesterday, where this ground hosted the current champions of the male league, talking about the MPFL, where they were crowned yesterday after defeating Ikorodu City by 4-1 for the very first time in their history. And their women are currently looking to imitate the boys, and so far, with one win in their first game, and looking to go on to win this one, because based on the scoreline, they are currently leading. And if it ends up this way, that will be 6 points in 6 for Remo Stars, Dockers.
Absolutely, that will be exactly what they are looking for, because that those screams are because the referee, the fans are shouting and screaming that the referee should give a throw-in to Remo Stars. The referee gave that to Nigeria, and now she has changed her mind again and giving it to Remo Stars.
Well, I'm wondering what the fourth official is doing right there, because I mean, she's supposed to be in constant communication with the referee right there. But if you're allowing the home fans dictate what you do, then you're not in charge of the game as much as you should.
I agree.
Well, it's officially, rightfully a throw into Nigeria Tails this time around.
No shouts, no screams.
Yeah, everybody's happy. Throwing done, and of course Sibe Rita takes that, shoot that in. Yeah, Remo Stars, after the goal, we're here to see their forwards much with the ball. Bolaji Olamide is still quiet up front right there after her goal. Kafaya Bashiru with 9 goals also, not seeing so much of her, despite early glances or flashes of brilliance in the first 3 to 5 minutes of this game from her. Remo Stars would be looking to get another goal in this game because of things like this, as Ranger Rittels are back with the ball, looking to take a shot from there. And yes, that particular one is scored as a foul against Nigeria Rittels, and of course flagged offside by the fourth official right there. But someone is on the floor. That is going to be a goal kick for Remo Stars there. Free kick and a goal kick, but looks like Hannah is on the floor.
Yeah, there was a little bit of tussle on the ball.
That was a tussle on the ball, and I think a stamp on the feet from her own teammate, Hannah. But she's okay now. I think she's up.
It's not been the very best of games when it comes to the final third, but I must confess that was a brilliant goal from Balaji Olamide, who ensured that will be the first goal of this encounter, the opener. But then ever since then, it's been, you would say, lackluster ness from the both teams in front of goal.
Yeah, but I think I've seen more of Nigeria Tails come forward into the final third after conceding that goal. Remo Stars not doing much to get back into the 18-yard box of Nigeria Tails.
Too many fouls being called already in this very first half. In the first, 31 minutes? Oh, we're already in 31. Looks like time is running.
Yeah, time is flying in the second game as opposed to their first one. And, yeah. Free kick taken. Still with the ball, looking to take a shot right from outside the box, similar to what she did to get that goal for the first goal of the tournament. Talking about Siwe Rita, but she was blocked brilliantly by the Remo Stars wall. Referee James is back with the ball, and I'm calling for decorum, and she's trying to ensure that yes, everything is in place accordingly. But the ball is back in play quickly for a throw in for Remo Stars. Throw-in taken. Now a throw-in for Nigeria Tails. So we're yet to see the teams play the ball on the ground as much as the other teams from the first game we've seen today. Another throw in this time around, but this time it's back to Remo Stars, the home team, and the host team. Yes, they are home on this fixture, and they are also the host, as it's been played in their stadium, the Remo Stars Stadium in Ikene. And that will be a water or a cooling break, the first one we are seeing in this game. And I mean, it's back to default setting Dorcas. We have a cooling break in 30 minutes play. As opposed to the first game in which we saw the first one, I think in the 76th minute. It's spark sunny in Ikene, and I mean it's 32 degrees right here, the home ground of the Remo Star Stadium.
But yes, it's back to business as usual, because you're looking at the fact that the sun is rising as it usually would. That's why we're getting cooling break. 1 minute usually we do get them at least to cool off. Don't drink too much of the water, just to catch your breath, because we don't want heat strokes here. It is quite important that we get our players fit and they get the job done. So yeah, take 1 minute break, get the water to cool you down, and let play resume.
Yeah, waiting for the players to get their heads, their minds, of course, and their body cool. Yeah, showing the Remo Stars players getting instruction also from their coach, Wemimio Matthew, and of course assistant coach was standing in the first 20 minutes of their game against Edo Queens, talking about Adeni James. And they were back onto the pitch, waiting for a start to the game. And yes, let's remind you that this is the second time that Nigeria Tails will play in the Super 6. And they are yet to record a win in both the first time they were qualified and, of course, so far in the second edition in which they'll be campaigning at the Super 6. So far, 6 games played, 6 losses. Might be the 7th today, because they are currently trailing Remo Stars by a lone goal. And with what we've seen after they conceded, do you think that they can stage a comeback in this game, Dorcas?
The funny thing is, they haven't won a game yet, and it is only that goal against Nasarawa that was their first goal of their Super 6 history.
Imagine.
Yeah, so in 4 years.
In 4 years, in 6 games played, they've only scored a single goal courtesy. So Siberita is history maker in a lot of rights. First goal for them in the tournament, first goal in their history in the Super 6, and of course first goal of this tournament.
Quite a lot of history.
A lot of history for her right there. And she'll be looking to make history too, if she can help them to get their first win in the Super 6 in this competition and ever. And she's still on the pitch, still doing her own duty. But this time around, Remo Stars are back with the ball, and Shubomi will take a shot with a right-footed shot, a weak one at that, and that would be unbothering for Ohia Doris, who would take goal kick in the 36th minute of this game. Well, decided to play it short to her defender. And ball launched into the Remo Stars half. And somehow, Nigeria have been able to scrabble that one out. But final third decisions still falling short, as that is safely in the arms of Charlotte Adjei.
I talked about how lackluster they are. It also involves the fact that they lack decision making in the final third. Because I don't see any reason why you have that ball, you're making really good runs, you're prancing really well into the 18-yard area, but you opted to shoot the ball when it lacks the power to ensure that it troubles a Charlotte Adjei, and then your teammate wasn't even there to have a part of their body on that ball, at least to get the equalizer. So I think that was really poor decision making.
Poor decision making from Nigeria Tales right there. But right now we're seeing Charlotte Adjei, who is complaining of some pain in her thigh, and it's been attended to by the medical team. We talked about Charlotte earlier, who is looking to get her 8th clean sheet in this season's proceedings. Play stopped currently, and for the second game, we're getting to witness on this ground today, match day 2, game between Remo Stars ladies and Nigeria FC of Abuja. Still 1 goal that separate both sides. Goal scored in the 14th minute by the leading goal scorer of the league this season, talking about Bolaji Olamide. An assist provided by Shubomi Ogundele. Well, she's up now, Charlotte, and the referee is waiting to continue play and ensure she's okay. Yes, she's okay, and is going to take that goal kick.
She just had muzzle pull that needed to be attended to. You could see her struggling with something at that point in time, and it is clear now she's already up and going. So here again, and the Raptors will try to see if they can get a quick equalizer. Maybe not quick, but at least before they finish the first 45, let them see if they can try to get something out of it.
Looking to get something right there. Shubomi looking to make a run with that ball. Shubomi right there. Looks like Shubomi looks like Blessed.
That is Aishat Animation.
Yes, Animation Aishat. Aishat somehow got her team throw in, and another throw in right there, because the first one was played out by jersey number 11 for Nigeria Tales, who came on as a substitute in the 20th minute, by the way. Talking about Paulina Oshio. And that is back safely in the arms of Ohia Doris. Takes it quickly as her team is chasing in this game, being behind by a lone goal. Ball still in possession of Nigeria Tales. Ball lost, and Remo Stars ladies will look to go forward. Bolaji sends the ball forward, and Bashir Kafayat still with the ball, but unable to connect to any of her teammates. And of course, you can hear the shout of frustration from the fans, who wants more goals in this game despite leading already.
That's a chance for a goal.
Very good chance, actually, and a very good play from Olamide Bolaji, who spotted her in a very, very juicy position to go forward and took it. But Kafaya wasn't able to finish the work right there, or at least get it to someone who could finish it. That's a challenge by Hana. or a collision by Hannah. But I mean,
Yeah, I think it's in favor of Remo Stars.
Yes, Hannah Ibrahim will get the nod for the foul against the other side. Ball back in play. Nigeria Tails look to calls for a free kick there, but Remo Stars will go forward with Simi. Simi is still playing despite being, and that is a very good way to win the ball by Blessed. Blessed goes forward, but Shubomi would lose that, and you can see Isegbo getting hugs from Immaculata. A very good play.
Yeah,
the hustling of the ball right there.
She wasn't the best in the Edo game.
Edo game, yes, she had a really poor game.
Yeah, very poor game. She was also substituted in that very game as well.
Yes,
but here she is today doing some very fine footworks.
Good footwork, and then you can understand why the coach of the side, Wemimo Matthew, would decide to put her trust in her. But someone is being stretched out right there. Unsure what happened. So I've led to that particular one. Oluwatebi Tokpaya Lion just number 28, is stretched out. The play continues with Immaculata right now with the throw-in. Throw-in done. Throw-in to Hannah Ibrahim. And throwing this time around will go to Nigeria Tails, where Siberita will take that one for our team. Throwing done. Ball quickly won by Remo Stars ladies, who would be back in possession right there, courtesy of a play from Simi Okesiji. Played on. Nigeria Tails will cross that one deep into the half of Remo Stars. But yet, we are yet to see any of the side hold possession for as long as 5 to 6 passes, as each team will try to cross the ball deep into the other half or straight into that's the 18-yard box.
It hasn't been smooth transitions for the two sides. We've seen some of the best coming from
the first game.
Yeah, the first game, and also Nigeria has also had a couple of tries as well, but not the best we've seen in this very game. Nasarawa were almost seamless with the transition.
Well, there's going to be a yellow card in this game from an encounter with the referee. I think the referee spotted something, trying to talk to Sunday there. Sunday, in a response to the referee, has ended herself, Sunday has ended herself the first yellow of the game due to her attitude right there. The referee will have none of that, referee James, and get a corner for Nigeria Tails, corner taken, and there on top of the net again, the second time in this game from a corner from Siberita, which will have to do better with her deliveries from corner. She did very well with her free kicks, but from the corner, it's not been really good delivery to her teammates inside the 8-yard, 6-yard box, or even the 18. She's been crossing it on top of, or playing it on top of the net right there. She needs to do better with those opportunities. And we have 3 minutes added there to the remaining proceeding in the first half. Remo Stars now with the ball, looking to increase their lead, and that would be brilliantly cut by Ohia Doris, and of course applause from the home fans for that brilliant run from Simisola Okesiji.
Yeah, that was a good one, a good prancing run into the 10-yard box of Nigeria Tails. But then the cross, the delivery didn't get the power enough to land on her teammate's head or legs, and that is how Ohia Doris had to come collecting to safety.
Yeah, collected into safety for Doris, but someone is unsafe right now. I'm talking about Charlotte, as The ball is in a very dangerous position for Rattles, who would have that very beautifully defended. And they again try their luck with this time. Hannah who heads off. And Remo Stars would heave a sigh of relief right there because a foul is called against Nigeria Tails. But 2 players are down on the pitch. And first player, Remo Stars player, Okeseji, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. And Sibe Rita of Nigeria Tails. Remember, she's the only one to have scored in any game that Nigeria Tails has played in the Super 6 ever, and that goal came in the first game of this particular edition of the NWFL Premiership Super 6. That was against Nasarawa Amazons, I beg your pardon. They went ahead in the game, actually, scored the first goal, but I mean, Nasarawa Amazons came back 2-1 to win that particular one. The first game of this tournament on Saturday, right here on this ground, the home ground of Remo Stars FC. We're hosting every one of us here for the Super 6. And there she'll take a bandage to the head, but thankfully she's okay.
Did the referee give her a yellow card for not leaving, or that was the yellow card that she had before?
Looks like for not leaving, maybe. I'm not sure she got the yellow.
Probably was from before.
She was, I don't think she was carded.
Yeah, the referee brought a card. I don't know who she gave it to.
Okay, that will be confirmed, the broadcast, because the only person who hasn't carded so far today is Sunday. That looks like a foul, but that will not be called against Shubomi, who continues play. I mean, that will be stopped as we're seconds away from the end of this half. And I think the referee has had enough. She will see out the 3 minutes, she's seen out the 3 minutes. And I mean, that is Charlotte saying a prayer of thanks as she has finished this half with her clean sheet intact. And you can see the players right there, some on the pitch. Okeseji, one of them, and of course the referee going back into the tunnel right there. I mean, she's looking like getting comfort from her teammates after what looked to have been a yellow card issued her in the very final minutes of the added time. And it's halftime at the Remo Star Stadium. Matchday 2, game 2. Halftime, Remo Stars Ladies 1, Nigeria FC 0. Score by Bolaji Olamide. I mean, if this is your first time watching this broadcast, this is the live broadcast, and of course we are halftime into the second game of the day. Remo Stars Ladies took on or are taking on Nigeria Tails, and you could see them right there at the start of the game, which was started by Nigeria Tails FC. And of course we got that particular one, which looked to be the first chance at goal that was definitely stopped, and that looked like the goal. That was the goal from Bolaji Olamide, a rebound from the chance of Kafaya Bashir, and of course an assist by Shubomi Ogundele, a dummy right there by Bolaji Olamide, and of course the very first goal and the only goal of this second half. And we saw chances also for Nigeria Tails, and that would be the entirety of the game for this first half. Yeah, first half. Bremer Stars ladies 1, Nigeria Tails 0.